So, the colony is growing. It's slow going, but it is growing. I'm currently working on making a tunnel. Because I reformed the ID Legion yesterday. We are tree-loving collectivists who became tunnelers, and as it happens, tunnelers don't like to be outside. So I realize this long walk through this patch of rich soil makes everybody very grumpy. So I'm working on building them a tunnel to get from one end of the colony to the other. Since we have to build across the whole tile anyway, I don't see why not, except I took on a quest from our now allies, the Grey Empire. I sent them all of our extra textiles, and we're allied, but... We have 7 days to finish this extravagant building, and it's getting close, but... We also are not making many blocks. You like Gungeon 100% more. You wouldn't watch it every day, but once in a while is fine. I probably wouldn't want to play it every day. I probably wouldn't want to play it every day. So there's not too much left. Most of the things that required a lot of blocks have already been accounted for. There's a couple more work-heavy things. So we gotta get that finished. That's the goal. We also built a new hospital. And the moisture pump is doing its thing. We've almost removed all the icky liquid from the hospital floor. We made some new bedrooms. The colony is... This is the initial colony. I'm not really planning on keeping it here. So this is the start of, I think, the official colony. Maybe. We'll see. That's why I like this challenge a lot, because I have to use my imagination. What else is happening? I think that's about it. Otherwise, I think we're just in chill mode, which is rare. I did want to take a look at our wealth over the last 30 days, because here is where I shipped all of our textiles to our Grey Empire allies. It was basically 14,000 wealth that I sent their way. So, actually, let me update this command, because our wealth has gone up. Our max wealth has been, let's just say, 154. Right? This is it? Yeah. Max wealth. 154, 415. And our playtime, 1 day, 15 hours. They removed the poop emoji, reasonable but rude. In Finding Isaac. Okay, so we are up to 16 colonists. We've recruited even more raiders, and we had a man in black show up yesterday. The man in black is the one that is still dressed in black. I don't really know why, but turns out Charles Spare Parts is a pretty decent colonist. Pretty dang decent. Marriage is on. Kitty proposed a lifelong commitment to Tongle. The two are now engaged. I think we have 2 couples that are engaged for marriage. So we should probably make them a marriage spot, right? Well, I think this is probably as good as it gets. Our temple/rec room. We have a lot of work to do. I hear some smashing, but... This is our first winter in game that we're not hurting for food. Not at all. Feels good. And we also still have some like mechanoid friends over here. They've just been sleeping. I don't know how long they've been here for. They've been there for quite a while. Eventually we have to get rid of all these mountains anyways, so I guess it doesn't hurt us to start now. Whew. I did try putting down sterile tiles, but you see this? Why is this happening? It's stony soil and then randomly it pops up with shallow water? Is this what a moisture pump normally does? Or is this just a mod conflict or something? Hi, Progenitor! Hello to you, how are ya? The best time to remove a mountain is 20 years ago. Is it? Water, wet soil, dry soil in order. But it's going from being stony soil. I guess you can't totally see that. But it's going from being stony soil to shallow water back to stony soil. How's it going, Smithy Ball Guy? You're good? Yay! Good is good. Good is good indeed. Oh, the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. Well, that helps nobody. Progenitor is throwing a party. Because Progenitor just arrived in chat. It's party time. Also, major break risk. Trees ravaged. Yeah. Hi, Disturb Puppy. How is worlding the rim? So far, so good. We've just started. We've just started, but I'm sleepy. I'm sleepy and I'm achy. Achy and sleepy. Today is day. Alright. Party time has concluded. Don't trust the trees, they're into some shady business. Look, with how hot it has been so far this summer, I would take some shady business. The more shady business I could get my... I was gonna say get my hands on, but... get my hands under? The better. Quest expires in 11 hours. Oh, it's a charity quest. We have to take it. I have failed. I have failed this quest. Different versions of it, but this quest nonetheless. I have failed it 3 times. I'm gonna fail it again. A love enhancer. Hi there, Squishy Pond. Hello, hello. How's it going? Welcome in. Happy Friday. We're really bad at getting promotions. Yes, I'm just thinking it's not gonna work. I have to take it. Fourth time's the charm, right? Fourth time's the charm. The good news is there's a lot of trees and stuff around here. And, oh! I just remembered, we finally started replacing body parts with limbs and everything. So we should be able to actually make our way across the map a lot faster than we were before. Everyone except Roberto has legs. I keep forgetting it's Friday, not Saturday. It is definitely Friday. We'll just bring the whole colony. Just down here to hang out. Hi, Rolf. Good to see you. Good to see you. How's it going? And there was a pupper love. So Lentray should do it. Shuttle crashed. It'd be nice if you could tell them where to hide. I keep getting our targets killed. Am I just supposed to stand in front of him and soak up the damage? Is that what I'm supposed to do? Like, come stand in the forest, dude. Can I build quick fortifications? Not really. For one, they're so far across the map. And I don't have any wood. Like sandbags? Build sandbags and single wall segments per cover. But again, the stuff for sandbags is all the way over here, and everyone's over here. Meat shields it is. I have trees there. Yeah, but we don't like trees being cut down as part of the ideology. Although we have ravaged the trees recently, so it maybe can't get any worse than this. I think it might just reset the timer on trees being ravaged. We have destroyed a horrific number of trees. We are a blight upon this universe. Knowing rimworld, it could always get worse. I hope you're doing well, Architect of Tears. Okay, we're gonna ravage a couple more trees. Have fun. Have fun ravaging. At some point, though, it's like that mood penalty just can't get any worse. Well, okay, so just I would stop ravaging trees now because they're here. Because they are here, and it is an entirely melee raid. Entire melee raid. So, okay. We can do this. This is easy, right? Meat shield! We will protect you! I will not fail you this time! Yes! Yes! Galfus is still alive! We did it! We did it. Yes, die! It worked! Make a chunk wall. There's not really enough time to ever do that. Operation Meat Shield. Wasn't actually needed. The guards did an okay job themselves. There is a raider here that I can't save. Yeah, our moods are horrible because of all the ravaged trees. And hi, Rabbits Blinkety. Rescue shuttle arrived. Don't forget about Damien. More DACA seems to have fixed the issue. I think so. Yay. Valuing trees over your own lives is pretty extreme, but cult gonna cult. Cult's gonna cult. This is exciting. We finally won. 25% of the time, we don't kill the royal person who crash lands on our tile. So Chumley is ready to become a acolyte. But Chumley is gonna need a better room if we do this. Royalty's gonna happen. How you doing today, Rapis Blinkety? I'm pretty blinkety today because I'm really tired. Some of the psychic powers are amazing. I haven't really even been using the powers I do have. I keep forgetting that our Itagians can call animals to their side, and our imp-ish colonists can spew fire. I've got 4 imps. Just procrastinating as usual. I know that. I know that feeling. The one that makes everyone puke. Puke. I feel like it's gotta be a bug. The radius of this thing has expanded. To cover this, it should... Maybe it is just swapping back and forth between the two. It's not fully dry yet. At least it's not casual procrastinating. Or, you know, instead of procrastinating, it could be con-procrastinating. What's that, you ask? I don't know. A meteorite of green marble. Oh! Never mind. I had a moment of excites. Because if we finish building this, we get a masterwork minigun and a legendary something else. A legendary heavy SMG and a masterwork minigun. So, yeah. We want to talk DACA? That's gonna be super DACA. The terrain swapping is a mod conflict. You don't think the dehumidifiers can even make stony soil? Yeah, I'll see what happens. That's when you put things off into the past. I'll do that yesterday. I should have done that yesterday. There's just so much to work on. I think we need to force this to happen. Just like we need to force somebody to cut blocks. Making components. No, you're making this. And Progenitor, you're making this. Progenitor was working on making some bionic eyes and bionic legs. I was using a texture mod. Yeah, it could be that. It could be that after all. A part of the base looks like a mutant owl. I have to say, it does bug me that the center line of this colony is here. But there's no reason why I can't, like, move everything over. Or it could just be asymmetrical. It could just be. And this big thing that we're making, I guess we can integrate it as part of the colony too. Maybe we could turn this into, like, a rec room. A wildly impressive recreation room. Yeah, nobody wants to cut blocks. Okay, who's gonna cut blocks now? Wit looks really happy. Progenitor looks like He's about to snap! Right in half. Major break risk. I thought I told you to not do that. Yeah, Chun-Li's happy too. Meditating? Cutting stone blocks. Stone blocks for sure. And we can start focusing on the north end of the colony too. It's a mausoleum. Who knows what it is? It's just an extravagant building that I've been forced to make because I cannot turn down the greed. Those quests are going to be good for filling the tile. Yeah, so I already had one right here. It's kind of boring compared to this. Build the whole thing, why don't you? It does seem like we've got a couple mod conflicts. We have a lot of granite that we need. Like, loads of it. This whole thing here was like 1,500 granite. Oh, kitty cat, go! Sorry, wrong button. Stonecutters are wasting a lot of time taking blocks to the stockpile. Yeah, they probably could just drop it on the floor, huh? Drop on floor, drop on floor. We don't actually even need this stockpile over here anymore. I had it because there were just so many blocks that we had ended up taking out from this whole area, but we've pretty much used them all. You like how this stockpile just keeps growing up, like, along the wall? It's a complete mess. My goal today is to just clean this all up. I have a bunch of, like, half-baked projects, I think, around this colony. No storage space for dead people. No, we should probably make a crematorium. And I'm sad to say, Alistair, the Mega Spooter, has perished to a raid, and now we don't have help hauling blocks and dead bodies. This is the base building you've seen from a quest. This one is extravagant. I have never built one bigger than this, I don't think. But we only have 4 days left. Like, we gotta rush this. They've been working on this for 17 days. Look how much is still remaining. I mean, it's these steels. These steels are a lot of work. Lots and lots and lots of work. Lots of work. Celentre is starving. Sorry. Sorry, Celentre. How do you tame insects? Very carefully and with some lost fingers. Yeah, it was super sad. Poor Alistair. You'll be missed. Actually, so we had an infestation in the colony, and we had taken on a refugee quest to allow a group of refugees who had lost their homes to board here for a little while. And the good part about that quest was that one of the refugees who came and stayed was like a level 16 or 17 in animal handling. And if you try to tame mega spiders, You have to make sure that their hive is destroyed. I think if mega spiders existing in caverns at the start of a run, it might not work the same way. But at least for infestations, once you destroy their hive, they chill out. They're no longer super aggro. So what you can do is mark them for taming. All of your animal handlers are gonna get spooked by them whenever they see them. Like they'll go to try and tame the mega spider and be like, oh no, that's scary. That's a mega spider, I'm scared of that, and they'll run off. So you have to do it manually. Like manually force them to try to tame it, and they will bite. They kind of nibble a little bit. They get a bit nibbly. So that refugee who had stayed with us was the one who had to deal with all of that. Are they making DNA statues? Those are definitely DNA statues. Curve-like. This work resembles an abstracted rendering of harmony. The work has an amateurish, yet attractive feeling and a vertical structure. The whole image is depicted by the careful arrangement of 7 zucchini. No, they're not symmetrical. I know. You have to try with your way more advanced colony that has bionics. Yeah, I mean, or with refugees. This work is shaped like a brook. Curve-like with cash. The scene takes place in the middle of a city. The overall composition is dynamic. Good job, kitty. Good job. Okay. We are making blocks, so never fear. Not assigned to constructing and will not move that table. Oh man, my back is really achy. Oh, certainty. Can we do a conversion ritual? We can. Certainty is already down to 29% after the ritual. We're down to 13, and Silentre has created a masterwork granite sarcophagus. Masterwork. We could turn this into a freezer too. We could do that. Sweet. It just might be finished. We have 3 days left. Can you move into the masterwork one since you're already rotting? Yeah. I think so. Oh. Our colonist has gone berserk. Because they ate meat. Tiny Bolt is actually probably gonna lose that fight. Why are you using a bottle of beer as a weapon? Pongo will kill you. Actually, switch to fists. Yeah, there we go. This prisoner is really good at melee. Luckily, Tongle is as well. Also has a plasma sword. Yeah, I think it would make sense to actually move some people around. Yes, indeed. Uncle, open this up. Sure, you can live here now. I guess we should probably check the other ones too, huh? Yay! Masterwork sarcophagus, you claimed it! Let's pop this one open. Nope. Whoever this is Vandalier. Oh, I forgot Vandalier died. Vandalier was such a good colonist. Stay in the freezer, Vandalier. Thanks so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, okay, Alistair is also good to move somewhere else. Over there. And this is Ben. Fresh. How is Ben still fresh? Okay, so Vandalier and Ben are still able to be resurrected. Imes and Alistair cannot. We might just pull this off. We got the blocks that we need, I think. This is 125 blocks. That is 60. No, we still need more. Alistair's the one that people kept putting on the table. Yes. Yes. Corpse obsessions. Probably one of the easiest mental breaks to handle. But it does lead to some issues. So Peg has got the animal flu. This cannot happen. This cannot happen. Peg is my favorite. And Peg still needs more legs. Okay, so we did have a power explosion. Is everything still working? It looks like it. Oh, stretch. This is the fullest I've ever seen this freezer. So unlink. Link. I am just reorganizing. Reorganizing a tad. That is a... There's a light down here? I had no idea. I had literally no idea there was a light there. What I'm trying to do is make more space for shelves, because, you know, it's a bit of a mess. And someone just willy-nilly shoves a bunch of sarcophagi in here. Once we attach enough simple prosthetics to the pig, we can name it Peggy. I kind of just like Peg, though. Why does this not have any power? It does seem like a mod conflict. Let me try taking this out. So, JSOG, how's the fireside chat going? Shellfish reorganization. Conversion! Alright. You know what that means? Get ready to join the colony of overpopulation. We have too many people. Too many colonists. such a bummer that we lost Alistair. Alistair was picking up all the rocks and putting them all around for us. Now we have to do it like plebs, like plebeians, carrying rocks around ourselves. At least the floor is really easy to make. Super exciting! Starts in 40 minutes. Oh, I thought you said it started at 10 Pacific. You can never have too many pawns, especially with a goal like this. I agree. I totally agree with that assessment, because the more help, the more better. You thought it did, but you were wrong. How dare you be wrong? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need to fix this hospital as well. I built it one tile off. And I find it only slightly infuriating. Only slightly. Blizzard nerfed the start time. Dang it, Blizzard. Stop destroying my hopes and dreams. The only thing Cilantro has to complain about is having eaten without a table. Speaking of, can we actually just throw a bunch of chairs in here? I assume that as long as the core monument stands, we can add all that we want to this, right? Like, we could actually turn this into a place that people can go eat. We can add in all the extra that we want. Yay! That's exciting. I like the sound of that. I like the sound of that. I planned this out so carefully, I don't know how I managed to build this off. It happens. It happens sometimes. I would love it if we had some wood. We have none, but it would be cool if we did. Because then I could make wooden chairs. We could make steel chairs. Steel, I think, is going to be our most abundant resource. I like it. And only a little bit more to go. Just in time. Just in time. We have 1.8 days left. And 285 work. Do I have the newest DLC? I sure do. I've got royalty, ideology, and biotech. Why are there dinner tables in a tomb? Morbidness? Has somebody planned this tomb out feeling pretty morbid? Why are there 2 random rooms with 1 tile? Just like literally 1 tile rooms. I should get some robots. That was actually my plan. Vandalier the genie died though. Vandalier was... Oh, look at this! This ornamental burial receptacle for the honored dead is called Vandalier's facial hair. The sarcophagus is engraved with a portrayal of Vandalier, working on a moisture pump research project with great intensity. Vandalier is staring at his discovery with a sense of wonder. The Rococo style of the central scene clashes with the sensual depiction of the background. There is a tree to the right of the main scene. The image tells the story of Vandalier finishing a research project on a moisture pump on the 13th of August, 5504. So Vandalier was a genie. Level 20 intellect and like level 16 crafting, and they were my intended mechanitor, and then they died. Hi Jengis, nice to see you. Ruins of laboratories. This thing? I mean, it is kind of a ruin. It's also kind of not. I'm like super stressed they're not going to finish this in time. I'm going to force them to do it. we still have time, right? But what if there's a raid and we can't get it done? I'm just gonna force it. And stare at that number very closely. Now, George, redeemed pupper love. Suntree, this one's on you. Go love some puppers. They need your love and attention. Don't shake your head at me. He has a day off. We gotta put him to work. You. Okay. Heavy SMG Legendary does 7.42 melee damage per second with 22% armor penetration. A Masterwork minigun besides... Oh wait, was I looking at melee damage this entire time? I was. Range damage 18. 27% armor penetration. Accuracy 100% close, 98% short, 52% medium. Masterwork minigun is going to cause all kinds of issues, and I'm here for it. 12 damage, 19% armor penetration, a burst shot of 25, range of 31. Extremely inaccurate, but let's go for it. Who should we give it to? A Masterwork steel dining chair. This chair is called Turnip. It is engraved with a depiction of a sow crouching next to a fire while her face slowly turns blue. The scene appears to take place inside a freezer. A fire in the freezer. The work makes the viewer think of honesty. The image refers to the sow getting hypothermia on the 11th of September 5504. Honestly, hypothermia. Wanda just hid for the whole 45 minutes you were on the phone because clearly phone calls are scary. No, Roberto, you stop right now. No, 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 bad. Trying to destroy Glitter World Medicine. Oof! To jail with you. Was there an inscription on your sarcophagus? The other one? The Masterwork? Roberto's never been in prison. This sarcophagus bears an illustration of Tiny Bolt leaning against Fauna Imeswell's grave. Look at that. Okay, leaning against Imes's grave with a lonesome expression, a spectral image of Imes stands next to Tiny Bolt, wearing a hungry expression. This representation tells the story of Tiny Bolt visiting the grave of Imes on the 8th of September 5504. How interesting, considering this is now your new grave. It was meant to be. How many times have I died? IRL? None, thankfully. Although I suppose that could change in an instant. Hi, Monorette. Hello. 0. An achievement. Agreed. Imes has had many graves thanks to his corpse's habit of attending parties. Imes and Alistair both like to attend all the parties. Yeah. Monument will be destroyed. You've built a disallowed building in one of your monuments. Oh, no, we can't add what we want to it. Not yet. Uninstall it right now! Yeah, yeah, yo. How was I gonna consider it being destroyed? I did no such thing. You've been loving the volcano livestream. Watching it has soothed your soul this week. Volcanoes! That's nice. I'm glad. I don't know, I guess take the legendary SMG. Tiny Bolt, take the Masterwork minigun. Masterwork minigun is gonna be super DACA. Like, it's gonna destroy everything. It's gonna destroy everything. Like, I don't think you understand, chat. I just dropped that gun somewhere. I don't know where it went. Maybe they already put it back. I don't like this song. Let's go back to the other one. Hitting back doesn't go back to the previous song I was listening to. There you go. A10 Warthog meme? I don't know the memes. Explain! Explain. Miniguns are less like other firearms and more like flamethrowers on how they operate. Oh, yeah, they are. I know. Very DACA. Rotary gun go Bert. This is meme. My plane has a gun, my gun has a plane. I don't get it. Explain. The A10 Warthog has been described as a flying bathtub strapped to a 20mm cannon? It's literally all gun? Where though? I see some missiles, but where gun? The nose? Oh. Oh, I can see that. Yeah, yeah. Okay. The bullets are basically a ruler length long. That seems unnecessary. I was definitely only trying to take out the power lines, but it seems... I somehow marked both for deconstruction? How did I do that? Weird. Okay, so I'll fill all that in, move the shelf over a little bit, and now I'm happy because this is all centered how it's supposed to be. Gotta take out the bridge. That's gonna be under structures. Remove foundation? Foundation? Concrete foundation. They have to burst fire the guns so the plane doesn't stall. A 2.5-inch bullet that's a foot long. Why though? Why are humans so destructive? Why are humans like this? Yeah, look, the water is here. It's back. I guess, why don't we try putting down a steel bridge? Can I put a floor on top of a bridge? Just with one. To blow up tanks and ground support. Humans suck. Dum, dum, dum. Can the water get dirty? I don't know. I want to know if I can put a sterile tile on top of the water. You cannot build a floor without first removing the bridge. The gun captures the casing of each cannon to try and mitigate the weight difference before and after the pilot pulls the trigger. Oh, a siege! A siege. This is a new one. We haven't dealt with a siege yet. I still don't even have a mortar. Are they going right next to the mechanoids? Ooh, have I got... set up right there. Do it, right here. This is the perfect spot. Please do it. You have got to be kidding me. Do you see this right now? Oh my gosh, this is great. I'm so happy that they're doing this. Ah, Randy, you lad. I only wish I had a mortar shell. I should ask nicely more often. I know I should. I should let them build the mortar first. That way I have a mortar. I can just take theirs. I'm being a sneaky snack, alright? I gotta make sure I can hit that centipede, but not get hit ourselves. Yeah, Merlin's got their sights on us. Merlin, leave me alone. Hold on, can I hold your fire? Keep bobbing and weaving though, don't let Merlin shoot you. What's Merlin's shooting skill? A 5? I'm not even sure if this helps. Okay, they got the mortar built. I'm sorry, there's a shield? Wait a second, they have a shield? Who's got a shield? The mechanoids have a shield. Who's shield? They can shoot out of the shield, but I can't shoot in? Wait, there's 2 unstable power shells, a mini slugger, and a centipede. What is shielding them? Not the mech capsule. The tables have turned very quickly. Did they drop a pocket shield? I have literally no idea. I'm not sure what the shield is from. But if I'm being honest, I've seen this the whole time. I just didn't realize... Oh my goodness, it's under the centipede's butt. There's a shield under their butt. Hi there, B-Tibbs. Yeah, it is hiding under the centipede. I had no idea this was here. I did see it flashing like the whole time that the mechanoids have just been chilling. But yeah, I for some reason thought it was related to any of the other things that are here. Shots can go in but not out. I cannot believe that. This one is tuned to low angles, so it will block ground level projectiles like bullets. It can be temporarily disabled with EMP attacks. Can I just keep shooting it? Okay, this is for science now. This is totally for science. I want to see if we can break this shield. We all figured it out in the same instant. Yeah, we did. And hi, Solid Sun. How are you doing? My table. Ooh, the shield's down. No, it's not. Ken's been shot, though. Like, I'm not sure... You can't break it. It's invulnerable for a few days. Yes. How tables have turned. I don't know. Now I'm just being crazy. Oh, Kenna! Kenna, why? We can sneak into the right and get inside the shield and shoot. Yes, that worked well. Okay, hold on. Let me try again. This save scum doesn't need to happen for colony saving reasons. It's mostly for learning reasons. I still want them to build the mortars. Do you think they're gonna go to the same spot? Dun 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 dun. Yeah, for science. I had no idea this was here. Wait, who did I just draft and move up? Donnie? Sorry, Donnie. I don't think there's any sneaking. Unless we went, like, all the way through the middle of the lake. Like so. The mechanoids have woken up! Oh, because they tried to build on top of it? How the tables have returned! Okay, I wasn't expecting that. I was actually gonna try and be sneaky. I actually wanted to be sneaky and try attacking them myself. The mech cluster buildings have been defeated. Well, that's nice. like this. This is fun. I actually wanted to go on a sneaky infiltration mission. And I'm sad I didn't get my way. But at the same time, I do find this entertaining. It's the centipede's birthday today! Oh no! Happy birthday, centipede! I am kind of bummed that they had EMPs. They were stunning it. I'm not sure what they were stunning it with. A tox bomb launcher. A tox bomb launcher. It must be you? You must have an EMP launcher. Yeah, you do. Wonder how many will bleed out from that. Probably not many. A snooper rifle. They didn't even bring it. Oh, they did bring me some heavy barrels. Alright, cool. Okay, well, they're coming to raid us. Let's make sure everybody's inside. I really wanted to go on a sneaky infiltration mission. I'm disappointed I could not. Hi, Sentient Cookie! We are not doing that. We are not doing war crimes, but hello. Looks like 2 of them. 2 of them will bleed out from it. Toxic buildup extreme. Dun dun dum dum dum. Put Kenna in the center. Donnie here, Wit there. Rico's gonna be backup and spare parts. Spare parts. Oh, Roberto's so dead. Roberto, it was nice knowing you. I hope you enjoy your last meal. Just whatever you do, please don't open the door. Roberto might get kidnapped. Roberto's dead. Jairus is having a tantrum because serious pain and is opening the door. Okay. Jairus, it was nice knowing you. Shoot. I messed up my timing on that. Rico should be okay here. Rico should be alright. I totally messed up all of my timing on this, by the way. We're all just gonna run in here and get some toxic buildup real quick. Hope you're ready. All timing messed up. Okay, they decided to flee. That is a weird sound that's making. Yeah. Okay, careful with that minigun. Careful what you're doing with that minigun, alright? Capture. Capture. There's 1, 2... Unwaveringly loyal. Capture. Undraft. One of you rescue Rico. Everyone get out of the toxic buildup stuff. Doubly unwaveringly loyal. Oh, sorry, that's Jairus. I thought it was a raider. Can we join the name queue? Yes, you sure can. That is gonna be exclamation join. And just like that, you got it, Anxious Platypus. It's a beam farming society raiding me. Is it? Oh, why didn't you all tell me the dog was gone? What killed you, Rico? A gunshot wound in the torso from a shotgun blast. Raider aid. How long does it take for this to dissipate? Okay, well, so I did want to do a sneaky attack. I did want to do that, actually. But, as you can see, sneaky attack didn't really work out. In the meantime, though, we are ending up with 3 reinforced barrels. Some mechanoids to shred. Unstable power cells. And a lot of stuff. I'm gonna just mark it all for hauling. No storage space for steel. Beer! Yeah, I am really disappointed that I did not get the opportunity to try a sneak attack. Like, I was all for that. That's what I wanted to do. Menace pods! Yeah, right! Your Arcotech eye and plasteel cannot tempt me. Look at all these mechanoids! I don't know who you're kidding. That's not happening. That is not happening. Anyways, that was kind of exciting. I do have an EMP launcher now. I sure do. And we have simple sidearms, so we can give somebody an EMP launcher. I wish they would stop hoarding weapons in their pockets, though. It is starting to drive me kind of crazy. You don't need a bottle of beer in your pocket. I'm using simple sidearms specifically for a function of finding their weapons. Let's set it to a maximum of 1 melee weapon, 1 ranged weapon. Although, no, I don't want that, because I want them to be able to hold 2 different guns. I mean, if we're gonna have simple sidearms, we do want this to be 2. 2 slots. These are a lot of settings. I have no idea what half of these things do. Re-equip dropped weapons is why I'm using simple sidearms. Brain scope? What? Bottle of beer is an excellent sidearm. Pain relief, food item, blunt weapon. It could also be a sharp weapon. Yeah, now we got some good stuff down here. Okay, so I think sooner rather than later we're gonna need to improve this setup. Sooner rather than later. Isn't somebody else a night owl around here? Yeah, our random man-at-arms. Spare parts. Night owls. Okay, so I would like to, I think, assign this tomb for Roberto. And bury Roberto. Hi, Vandalier! End of the work week crazies. Just before you go on vacation, it always happens. Well, at least it's vacation time now. At least it is vacation time. Congrats. You made it. What are you gonna do for a vacation? A few more hours than vacation. How long is it? Gonna go see your mom for her 80th birthday? Oh, that sounds nice! Destroy a multi-analyzer. Meep? You are not going to do that. Stop, 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 stop. Yikes. Let's just repair that. Like, right now. Oh, that was gonna be bad news. At 17% durability left. A week of relaxing on the lake. That sounds so nice. You did kick the bucket. You did. I was really sad. I didn't even get to make a mechanitor out of your pawn yet. But don't worry, I put you in the freezer. There's just shotguns everywhere. Yeah, it was really unfortunate. Just like a random bullet to the torso or something. Well, we have a bionic spine. That is for Henna. Operation, install a bionic spine. Kinda, take a spine. Vandalier. If I draw your name, you shall be Vandalier the Second. Okay, so we managed to rescue somebody with extreme toxic buildup. They are lazy and jealous and gay. They are Neanderthal. Good melee. Good animals. Very bad intellect, but a small passion. And cooking. Being lazy and jealous, though, is kind of annoying. Regardless, I'm going to convert you to our far superior ideology. This prisoner is unwaveringly loyal. I will release them. This prisoner, Bag Basman, is a slothful pyromaniac. I'm gonna convert them too. And then there's Grodes, who is dead. Is gross. Rose is gross. Rainbow colony. We could still have a rainbow colony. I don't really want a slothful, lazy colonist. Oh no, sorry, lazy jealous. So work speed reduced by 20%, and then jealous is annoying as well. I already have one jealous colonist in this colony, and they are annoying to deal with. You're lazy IRL. Well, good thing you're not living in a rimworld colony. That's right. That's all I gotta say about that. I wonder, do steel bridges burn? I really like this song, Passenger. Once built, they can support many structures, including heavy structures. They're extremely durable. Okay. If you say so. Oh, we're up to 1,000 blocks finally. I'm gonna pull up the marble flooring that I built because they're not using it anyway, and I kind of want the marble. There's a bunch of marble flooring underneath here that I did not remove. Yeah, I don't know, I would consider myself kind of lazy too, but not really. I don't know. I think a lot of it is more ADHD than actually being lazy. Rico, why? Why? Ugh. Affected by moderate toxic buildup, and you are in the middle of a surgery. Can I stop you from doing what you are doing? Ay. Is there a way that I can... only allow for a handful of doctors to perform surgery? There's a mod for that. I'm sure there is. Dun, dun, dun. There is a setting for surgery used as best medication. Something to do with the job menu. Pharmacist, I think. That sounds like a pharmacist thing. Should be really quick to pull all this flooring up. And we get a lot of blocks back. Yay, blocks. It was more general? I don't know then. My back is so tight and sore. Yeah, this might take longer than I thought. There's a lot of blocks back. No, I was gonna build along the water, but I've changed my mind. I do actually want the tunnel to go this way, along where I built that walkway that is not in use. Work tab was the mod. Yeah, why am I not using work tab? I feel like I gotta be using work tab. Work tab is one of my favorite mods. Meep's having a double tantrum because my husband Vandalier died. Right off the top, we're never doing a patch like this again. Oh! Right off the top of the, fireside chat? Oh, Viking, that humor is too dark. They're getting roasted by chat. Are they gonna revert anything? I guess we'll find out. Okay, so that's a lot of blocks back. Yay! Now I'm gonna build my wall. So... That's so dark, Viking. Use it to set aspiring doctors to only do tending on animals. Yeah, I'm truly surprised that I'm not rocking work tab. Like, that's one of my favorite mods. And to find out that I'm not using it is shocking, I tell you. Shocking! So that's where the tunnel's gonna go. I guess we need to build the bridge through there too. It's just a click away, but you know how long it takes... Antique Raven! You know how long it takes for this game to load? And then we're gonna add more mods in? Yeah, it is okay to miss one, but I'm just really surprised. This game will now restart. And so while we wait for this to take forever to restart, I will update my mod list right now. Edit collection. I gotta sneeze. Work tab. Okay, it's done. It is done. It takes longer to load to allow you to think about my cheating with mods. Oh yeah, Balmary, I'm cheating with mods. No, Work Tab is just such a glorious mod. It's also good to have would-be farmers or someone with poor manipulation to do only sowing so they don't mess up harvest. Yeah, no, it's really, really good for a lot of things. My favorite use is for construction because you can have aspiring builders do things like removing, smoothing, and deconstructing things because they can't fail that. And smoothing is a really good way to train builders. But in this case, I have so many people who are vying for operation privileges, and I don't like it. So yeah, Work Tab. Reset everything. Why? Okay. So, how do we do this? Shift? Control click? Yeah. Alright. Tend to patients with urgent needs, tend to patients, tend to self. Feed patients, operate on human legs. Operate on animals. So, like anybody who's just not good does not operate. So this mod essentially breaks down all the jobs that are built inside all these different tasks. So, like, when you set priorities, like, it shows you that there's a list of things that happen, like basic, flicking switches, releasing prisoners, opening containers, that sort of thing. You can change the nitty-gritty of those, if you break it down with work tab using control click, it expands it. So yeah, it's so nice. This is good. I don't care about anything else really. Just the operation. So yeah, I use this for builders. So like Kenna, for instance, is an aspiring builder with a skill of 5. So I would say don't construct place frames. And that's it. You can't fail fixing a broken down structure, I believe. You can't fail uninstalling, you can't fail roofs. You can't fail deliveries or deconstructing structures, repairing things, or smoothing. So, really nice for that reason. I mean, I guess we gotta finish setting all the priorities anyway before we get into that nitty-gritty. Sounds like a cheater to me. So judgmental today, Balmeri. So judgmental. What if mods made the game harder? Still cheating. It helps you with the long game too because it helps gracefully add and remove work types from mods added mid-game. Yeah. What's wrong with cheating? You can drop the game and you can improve a part of the game you don't like. Or if you get tired of after playing 100 plus hours. Yeah, no, I totally agree. Like I said, I'm not a mod snob. You do you. I'm just gonna set some of these basic things to 2s for now, and then we're gonna cycle through one by one. Okay, hunting's important. We probably don't want to go hunting with a minigun. Although, I probably should... Nah, let's not. Because then we actually can have Tiny Bolt be a dedicated cleaner, hauler person. You can clean, you can haul, and do basics. And then if you're not doing anything else, research. Chumlee, wardens, yes. Growing's important. No crafting, no research. Don't worry about hauling and cleaning. And basics, because I would much rather you be doing plant things. And construction. Okay, down to Donnie. Yeah, here's the thing. I need Donnie to help with plants, when possible. And then wit, animal handler, yes, art. Doing the cleaning, construction is all Solentre. So how about you also don't need to worry about hauling and cleaning. Kitty cat. I think I would rather you do. Smithing, tailoring, and crafting. Actually, Tongle's priorities work for me. The escalator. All construction on a 2, followed by mining on a 3. Research on a 4. And up your hauling and basics. Jairus, cooking. No mining, none of this. Cooking, cleaning, hauling, sounds good. Kitty is handling, growing. Yeah, important art on a 3. Pick these up as well. And then we have our 3 people who are really good at doing all this stuff. Yeah, let's set you to a 4 in construction. Okay, so that gives us lots of builders. That does give us 2 people who will do mining, but they'll be really slow at it. So maybe I'll swap the escalator to mine first, then build. Mine first, then ask questions. Yeah, is everything getting done this way? Hi, Ilmrin. It's my birthday. Thanks. How's it going? I was gonna say, how's it doing? How's it doing, Ilmrin? Thank you. Secret birthday. Totally. Totally secret birthday. You played plenty of hours and only gotten to building the ship once. You learned just recently how to keep Cassie from checking in check for how hard she gets. Yeah, I've played for over 2,000 hours, and mods make the game a lot more enjoyable. But I mean, if people want to play vanilla, that's cool too. Work tab with 9 levels of priority gets fun when you have a big colony. Yeah. Oof, I really don't like dealing with priorities above like 4 or 5. I really don't. I feel like we have enough redundancies. The only thing I'm concerned about is hunting, but it's not like we're hurting for food. There are donkeys out there. Donkeys! Donkeys. You spend way too much time tweaking it. It's easy to do. It is so easy to do. Okay, so... oh, let's double check the doctoring again. Operation. Chumley is a 16 and 14 and an 11. So I would rather Tiny Bolt and what are you? An 11? Tiny Bolt and Chumley I want to be our main operators. The others can do it if they're free, but yeah. Alright, so Kenna's got that spine installed now. Yay! Should be almost back to normal. So... we could still use a toe, which means a bionic foot, which should probably just be a bionic leg. Chum-Li could use better manipulation. We're missing a ring finger, so a new arm? I like how... missing a finger, so take an arm. But actually though, like... why give them a hand when you can just give them an arm? Because arms can still... If you replace their hand, the arm is still weak. And, you know, then you have to replace the hand and the arm. So I just... like to skip hands and feet and just go straight for arms and legs. If that makes sense. Johnny could... excuse me. Also... use an arm. You could use an arm. We could use an eye. There's a mod for that. Do donkeys still haul? I don't think they do. Pretty sure they're just, like, really useless now. Where does it say trainability? None. None trainability. They have no train. Yeah, Cilantro, you are correct. They have no trainability, so you just put them in the yard. Hello, Ronan. Nice to see your chat message. Nice to see your chat messages. You have a full bionic, nearly a full bionic man, because he keeps getting things. Yeah. Somehow everyone keeps losing things. They all keep losing things. Rot stink exposure. Rot stink exposure has no direct health effects. However, serious rot stink exposure has a chance to result in painful bacterial infections known as lung rot. When not exposed to rot stink gas, rot stink exposure will slowly decrease. Oh no! The escalator is rejecting this kidney as well. I actually kind of like the organ rejection mechanic that this mod added in. I think that's cool. But we're gonna have to remove that kidney. No. No, no. Install, no. Remove. Remove, remove, extract. Cure, bite. Wait a second. Cure things? Where's remove? Ah, kidney. That was the left kidney. Remove left kidney. Lame. Your face is there too. You just gotta click on the name. Now I do see your face. Haha. You've mixed left and right when installing prosthetics more than once. I have too. There was a challenge that I participated in a few years ago where I was trying to replace somebody's missing leg in rimworld, of course, but I tried to replace their missing leg and installed the prosthetic on the wrong one, which failed or something, and then that colonist ended up with no legs at all. And it was a serious facepalm. And bears and cougars. So, this mod that I was referring to, it is called Raw's something surgery and organs, but nope, sorry, nope. Mod options. Raw's bionics and surgery expansion. That's where the rejection system is coming from. We could just turn it off, but I think it's interesting. So it gives you a bunch of different things that you can do. So regenerative medicine allows for scars and old wounds to be cured with Glitterworld. Fairly certain that is super similar to some of the buildings that the transhumanists unlock, isn't it? I forget what it's called. It's been such a long time since I played with transhumanists, but they have the thingy that they get into and it cures them of injuries. Yeah, you were right, Imes. I just wasn't seeing it with my eyeballs. Something pod. I'm glad we're also on top of it today. The something pod. Something kidney. Do I just not have it in my list because we're not transhumanists? I have to admit, the addition of royalty, then ideology, then biotech, like, it has increased the amount of mechanics in the game, right? And my playtime has likewise dropped off, so I've like passed a point where those two intersect, like my playtime versus increased mechanics, where I end up very confused about like what's a mod, what's vanilla, what does what, which mechanic belongs to which DLC, and those sorts of things, you know? So hi Calva. Biopod, yeah. You're right. Or biopod. Pods. Pod launcher, transport pod, biosculpting. Bioregeneration. Heals old scars, regenerates small lost body parts like fingers and toes, and cures many physical maladies that come with old age. Would it be better just to build a bio regenerator? Heals old scars, regenerates small lost body parts. Because we could just do that. We could just toss them into a pod. Hi there, Harry! Hello, hello, nice to see you. Hope you're well today. And Nello, hello to you as well. Happy Friday to you both. It's a massive game without mods, I know. That's another reason why this challenge is really exciting, because it's forcing me to like really dive into the endgame content for all of these DLCs that I never really messed with before. Pods are usually longer but more efficient. So... Biosculptor. I want the bioregeneration. So what is the biosculptor pod? I don't remember. I know that each individual colonist needs their own, because that was super annoying. Age reversal. It's age reversal. Hi there, Papa. Have you played the global mod HSK? What is HSK? This chat is lonely without mods. Heck. We're hardly ever without mods around here. We started playing rimworld again last week, basically vanilla with DLC, but only playing losing is fun. You're up to 16 colonists with excellent and masterwork assault rifles. Losing is not fun. So what do I need in order to build this? Because it is not showing up in my list of things to build. I only have the biosculptor. A sleep accelerator could be good though. Although I don't have the electricity to run it, let's be honest. Biosculptor pods for scar healing, regeneration, and age reversal. Oh, it gets new usage options. So I can't just build one then. I have to build enough for everybody. That's lame. So I think that would be more time efficient, but... It cost me 80 plasteel to make, for instance, a leg and 6 components. One component costs 15 steel, 12 steel. So ultimately... How much did I say that was? 6 times 12? 72 steel plus 80 plasteel. What's Kuma barking at? The power lines are broken. We do have a few nodes of plasteel around the map, but not a ton. So I think for the time being, we need to keep leaning into the bionics. I think that's the answer. I have it set to make a leg, make an arm, make an eye, and make a spine if there aren't any in stock. So... we just need to figure out who needs eyes, right? We have a bionic eye and a simple prosthetic arm. So Wit still needs a new leg and an eye. The escalator needs an eye as well. However, Wit is crafting. The escalator is mining. Do you need sight for mining? Okay. Bark! We're doing the deep dive now. Hold on. Mining speed. Mining speed. Sight does affect mining speed, yes. And construction speed is affected by sight as well. 75% of your sight. Final value, 82% on construction speed, and success chances affected by sight as well. Manipulation is really low due to poor consciousness. Consciousness is affected by toxic buildup, kidney transplant rejection, and just lack of kidney function. So overall, it might be more worthwhile to give this to wit. Animals, artistic, well, especially as an artist. Art, 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 art. You see art? I think there's somebody at the door. I can't hear what's being said. I don't see art. Global work speed reduced because lazy. Okay. Rip it the door! There's a raider! Also, where's crafting? Like looking at this and it's just going in one eye and out the other. I'm not actually absorbing anything in this list. I don't see crafting or art. Rimworld Hardcore SK project aimed at realism. You're writing through a translator. No worries. No worries. I've been very, very, very focused on what I'm doing, so we even out. No, but I haven't used it before. It's a mod pack with some minor edits to most of the mods to utilize their extended resource list. Losing is only fun in Dwarf Fortress because you can pick up where you left off, meaning that progress is not completely lost like in RimWorld. Hey, Shark Jumping Walrus. I really want to play some more Dwarf Fortress. Maybe I'll play some on YouTube. You're working on your Pokemon website, so you're kind of lurky too. 2 monitors for the win. I'm up to 3 monitors, and I love it. I don't know how I survived. Never open the door, but try to repair it if possible. That's some solid strategy. Manhunters. Do you think it's a manhunter at the door? Okay, so I don't know who to give this to. I'm just gonna give it to Wit. Install a bionic right eye. It would be really nice if they indicated in this... I guess I can use this list. But in the original bill list here, if they indicated which one was missing. Like, in this list it indicates what's missing. Why doesn't it do that in the vanilla list? Lame. Manhunting cougars never bang on your door. Or do they? And your door is just so repaired, you'll just never notice. Tiny Bolt should be cleaning. It's very dirty. Installing a bionic eye. Okay. It is hideously ugly around here. Okay, yes, that was the escalator's kidney that was rejected once again. I was hoping that if we installed it on the other side, it would not get rejected, but it did. So we were really lucky that an exotic goods trader came by and was willing to purchase that, or willing to sell a kidney. But we need to make more kidneys, so we can do that with this mod. We can craft organs, but we need hyperweave. We do not need Mad Bunny rabbits. Mad Bunny rabbits are not required. Dun, 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 dun. You saw a cute video of a dog ringing a doorbell and then barking because someone's at the door. So, Emmy, our doggo, has become like quite the guard dog. It is really surprising just how like vicious she sounds, and she's like, I am the guard dog. I shall guard my humans. And I shall guard them well. And she like barks at the TV and everything. Like, humans! There has been a sound on the television that sounds remarkably similar to a door bell. Be alarmed. Be very alarmed. And she'll just be like, why aren't you freaking out? Actually, Donnie, you might want to stay inside. You're about to be attacked by bunnies. Okay, good job. Good job. There's another one. Donnie! You missed. Emmy's good doggo. She is good doggo. She is. She sounds so vicious. My mom dog sat her for a little while and was like, I was so amazed. Like, for such a small dog, she sounded like just a big, scary one. Like when people came to my door, it sounded like I had some sort of crazy guard dog. Who doesn't need Mad Bunny rabbits? There's still mech cluster remains that aren't looted. I know, there's a lot of stuff that's not looted. Because we have no storage space, I probably should expand my stockpile. Again. I thought Celentre was gonna manage to get off a shot. Is this Donnie? That's Tiny Bolt. Just die, bunny. Okay, so I'm still trying to get the EMP launcher equipped. I don't know. I don't care who takes it. Somebody take it. Somebody, anybody, take this EMP launcher. So left click to force use of a chain shotgun. Right click to remove forced use. Left click to force use. Default weapon. Left click to set the EMP launcher as your default ranged weapon. Okay, so no, I don't want to force the use. I just want you to default. We want that D to be over the portrait. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of dirt and vomit. Tiny Bolt should be cleaning. I guess we might need to tweak priorities just a little bit more. So now 2 of our colonists are set with cleaning as a higher priority. And everything else. Hopefully cleaning happens. We need a Roomba is what we need. What was that noise? Oh, it's saying Selentre's offline, and I have access to his library. We're gonna have to turn that off. You love the mod Communicable Diseases. It drives your colony to a halt from time to time and forces you to clean your rooms. That would annoy me. Tiny Bolt is pregnant! I completely forgot that your pawns can get pregnant. I completely forgot about that. Oh my gosh, there's gonna be a child. There's gonna be a child around these parts. We're gonna need a school. We haven't had a child around here since Selentre was a little baby. Donnie Dorito. No, I'm not gonna do such a thing. Can we not just build coal mines instead of a school? So, I know you're joking, but Selentre, we painstakingly took the time to teach Selentre like how to be colonist, and she ended up with a great memory, nimble and kind, and pretty decent skills. Like no burning passions, but she became an excellent builder, and I think it's worth it to invest your time in it. But the thing is, I gotta figure out just where we're gonna build this stuff. So Tiny Bolt, where you live? You live here? Unowned. Don't we have some people who are in relationships? Husband, yeah, Vandalier died. Fiance, Tongle and Kitty. Tongle and Kitty. Set owner to Tongle and Kitty. Okay, and I don't think they're alone. Although maybe I'm thinking Vandalier. Fiance, Tiny Bolt, and Kitty Cat. This is not confusing at all. Yeah. Lover, Selentre, and the escalator. Guess we need to put a bed in your fancy room, huh? It can't be centered. Ooh. A masterwork steel bed. I'm gonna donate that to the hospital. Last time you played rimworld, you did IVF. It makes you laugh every time the way they fertilize the embryo. Do I even want to know? Do I even want to know? I play to make high explosive shells until we have 30. I would like to make some shield belts until we have a lot. We need... Why are those 6 colonists sleeping and then not sleeping? Resting, sleeping, resting, sleeping is from the toxic buildup. That's weird. Okay, chat, what... I need some ideas. What do you think that we should do? What do you think we should do with the colonies? So, like, this is cool and everything, but I'm ready to rebuild, basically. We have this thing down here, which needs to stay for... another 15 days. An ornamental garden inside the walls. A proper dining room so they don't eat in dirt and vomit. I'm getting some judgment items. I'm feeling some judgment. One big room, barracks, storage, dining, recreation, everything. Put the school in the mountains so they can learn about insects. I kind of want to build... Oh, there's a geothermal thingamabob right here. I suppose we gotta take it, right? We just gotta do that. Okay, Donnie looks better. Better-ish. F. Twiddling, deep thought indicated. Oh, hair twiddling. Yeah, deep thought indicated. Yeah, so let's see. Why did I make a double hallway? I just noticed I made a double hallway. Why did I do that? I knew that looked wrong. I only noticed it's a double hallway. Okay. Yes, deep thought indicated for sure. Because now I'm thinking about how we can build this up to use the space that I accidentally left here. Deep thought indicated. Could also maybe go this way. I don't like that as much. I just don't like the location of the doors right here and right there. If I were to make this a piece of the colony like I'm thinking about. Okay, well, let's just try it anyway. Let's try it. We got so much to do with this colony that we can experiment. We are free to experiment. Never sacrifice a geothermal. I'm not gonna sacrifice it, no way. Chum-Li is drowsy because I accidentally made her so devil-shanned forever. Donnie is down. I need somebody else to help with the growing. Chum-Li, square parts. Square pants. Spare parts. Brain. Why? Which corpse this time? Times? Square pants. Spare parts. Same thing. Yeah, it's... I don't know why they're so obsessed with digging up that corpse in particular, but they're really all about it. This really does bug me. I need to remember to make a couple beds that accommodate some bedrooms that accommodate double beds. DuPont's getting each other's way like Dwarf Fortress. It's been ages. They can... I think it's mostly like with doorways and stuff. Also, Carlo, I don't believe I said hi. How are you doing? I think I read your message and just didn't say hi because I stink. I'm the worst streamer. Really though, I'm tired, streamer. I don't think I slept well last night. I remember my dreams, somewhat. Yeah. You never said hi either, so don't worry about it. You got past me today. Ooh, they did it. I can not... I can take these. Unstable power cells. The core, the vanometric core runs forever, extracting energy from quantum foam fluctuations. What is a quantum foam fluctuation? An internal amplifier system makes it unstable. If damaged, the unit will generate a massive explosion. Some brave humans will steal these from mechanoids for their own use as power plants or defensive bombs. However, an unintentional detonation can be devastating. Just lock them in a closet? Like, right here? I've got some free closet space in both of those random rooms. It's a ZPM. I have no idea what that means either. Put them somewhere the enemy won't ever be. Like, in these random rooms? A 0-point module. Oh yeah. I would remove the door. Corpse obsession. This time we got Ben. Didn't even make it to a table before just throwing Ben on the ground. That's rude. Needs more coffee. Me too. You and me both, like, for real. Someone has just shown up with reinforced barrels. I almost want to just give them the kidney because every time I've tried to use it, it's failed. Chat made me go all evil on prisoners and the kidney doesn't even work. Okay, so... what can I take from you? Because I'm selling this for way too much. They don't have anything that I want, really, except for... random reinforced barrels. So maybe I will not sell you my insect jelly... or my sculpture, or my tox grenades... or my LMGs, heavy SMG, or my chain shotguns, or any of this really. I just wanted to clean out my inventory. There. They shorted me $4, but that's okay. Put them in the dining room. Nobody would be dumb enough to attack them, right? Right? Well, if we put them in the dining room with a wall between us and them, I think it might be okay. I could leave a doomsday rocket launcher just outside the prison rooms. Like a certain Aussie you could mention. I have seen that clip. I've seen that one. Dun, 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 dun. I think I want to take all of this out. Except the lights. The lights have got to go somewhere. I will put this light here, and that light here, whenever that's built. So basically what I'm doing is I'm building a small rec room, I think. That's what I'm gonna put here. Maybe a table? Just so we have something really close to the hospital. Yeah. I guess that's what I'm doing. You had a kidney in your current playthrough, failed installing it twice. The second time with inspired surgery, you think it was cursed. A cursed kidney. Seems like this kidney of mine is cursed too. One, two, three. 3 parkas. I want parkas out of Devil Strand. We're starting to get to the point where we have extra Devil Strand. For no other reason than to have extra Devil Strand. Which is nice. A combat supplier. A trade ship is passing nearby. Bring, bring. I got some stuff for you. I can't park it there. I did not add the fridge mod. No, I didn't. I know I should. We have 46 medicine. And it's a good price, too. Look at this. It's not even $1,000. What is compact weaponry? This is a tech print for compact weaponry. The physical form of tech prints, blah, 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 blah. I don't care about that. Craft compact concealable bionic weapons, which can be embedded in various body parts. Oh, we can go all Wolverine on our raiders. How exciting! I'll see if we can afford that. I will keep an excellent revolver. I think we're moving up in the world where we can be snooty about the quality of weapons that we have. Like, we can just get rid of all normal quality weapons. We cannot afford that. However, I can afford 26 high explosive shells and 46 medicine and 5 components. All in all, I would call that a good trade. However, where do they keep dropping our stuff off at? There it is. Donnie's hiding in a room. Donnie! Dun 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 dun. More tar. This does seem like it's going to be the best place to have a mortar, doesn't it? I think so. Dun, 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 dun. Normally I like to make little rooms for the mortars, but I don't think I'll do that this time. Because I plan on changing all this around. I will, however, excuse me, take one of these shelves. How's about this one? And install it over here. You have to put a roof over it, right? And I will keep high explosive shelves. High explosive shells on a shelf. High explosive shelves! Well, technically they would be high explosive shelves. You had a prisoner with an elbow blade. Ugh. A bulk goods trader. The caravan's approaching. That is exciting news as well. Because they should take my extra textiles. And they might have hyperweave. Hyperweave? Dang it, they don't. A girl can hope. I'm gonna sell the kidney. Boop. I'm gonna sell the talk shells. And incendiary shells. And the yayo. I'm gonna buy your herbal medicine. They have cows. Cows could be useful. I have so much corn. I have 718 Devil Strand. Oh. It's a lot of money. They don't have nearly that much. I'll buy some food from them, I guess. I'll buy cows. Just the females. Actually, that cow is 17 years old. I'm gonna end up with too many cows. In before. Ooh, they have wood too. I'm gonna buy that. Cat on the keyboard! Oh no! Anxious platypus, we might just have to ban you for spam. We may just have to ban you for spam. Dun 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 doo doo dum 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 dum. A 383. 350. And 350. There. Good trade! Good trade. Good trade, my friends. I am very satisfied with this trade. Who needs milk when you can have steaks? You just give prisoners low-grade body parts that remove their tongues. Oh no, I don't do that to my prisoners. I don't do. You know what? Converting bag. That's not what I was trying to do. But it worked. We had a conversion. We had 2 conversions. I was actually trying to recruit. Prioritize chatting. So this prisoner has no resistance left, so they should join us. So make sure you're in the name queue, okay? Be in the name queue! Somebody wants her dinner. So here's a question. A waster. I don't have a waster in the colony yet. I don't. My rivals have died. It could be useful. Catton. Lazy, jealous, gay. Another... Oh no, a Neanderthal. I saw waster. I don't know, chat, what do you think? Do we have enough colonists? We're up to 16. They need certain drugs to survive. Yeah, like Psychite tea, right? Remote music is just the best. I don't know. Let's recruit him. Another upper love Celentrate. No, you're working. You're supposed to not be working today. Shame, Celentrate. Shame. How many colonists will the CPU support? We'll have to find the limit. I don't know. A melee of 15. You are now the best colonist we've got. Dragon Man, thanks for the hydration. And it seems somebody has gotten rid of all the extra weapons. I don't know who did that. So wherever you were, you dropped your weapon. I'm gonna give that to Rinnick. Hey, I'm back. Hi, I was seeing if I could maybe buy something off of you. Weapon-like. This is a combat supplier. They do not seem to have... I'm sorry, you said you have a charge rifle? And I can't afford it? What a bummer. A golden axe. Does anybody else have extra weapons in their pockets? Yes, you do. Left click to set this as your preferred weapon. Preferred weapon. Can't control you. Yeah, everyone's just hoarding weapons in their pockets again. That's the problem with simple sidearms. Question is, where did I drop them all? I don't know. Just gonna have to allow everything? Nothing's forbidden. So where did they throw all the things? We might have to wait for them to show up in the stockpile. Mahogany Club sounds fancy. Tusk in the kitchen. The tusks were not very good. There's an excellent knife. I'm gonna give that to Rico instead of whatever you're currently using. Shoot. Where'd you go? Yeah. So I think there was a mace that I dropped somewhere, and a sword or something. They're around. I need something for. Okay, here we go. There, weapons. Everyone has a weapon. Yeah, that's a good idea. The high priority stockpile. Alright, so if you haven't joined the name raffle... Oh! Tiny Bolt and Kitty Cat are getting married. It's happening. I'm disappointed they're not getting married on top of the grand altar, though. Can I set a marriage spot there? No. Marriage! Yay! So, yes, if you want to join the name raffle, it's !join. I need to turn that off. Inspired taming! Oh, anything good? Anything good out there? A boomalope? But no. No, there's not. Nothing I want to tame. Okay, GG. We just got a massive mood buff from marriage. Love it. Everyone gets really happy about attending a wedding. Plus 20. Plus 20. And then the ones who get married get plus 40. So I love weddings in rimworld. I mean, weddings are cool too. Just in real life. But look at this. Look. Everybody is blue or green in mood. Everybody. Yeah. Architect of Tears. Architect of Tears. Welcome to the colony. I think it's time to change some bills around. Do until X. Do until we have... I think we want to say 16 count equipped of 50% or higher good to legendary quality helmets, which give us a total of 6. And then shield belts, I'm also going to say do until X. Do until we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do until we have 10 count equipped, 51% or higher, good to legendary. Hype, you made it in! Yes, hype. Super hype. Parkas. do until we have... Wait, do we have 16 or 17? 16. 16, 50%, 51% or higher, normal to legendary. Don't have that much double strand. Do until we have count equipped 16 pairs of Devil Strand shirts, 51%, normal to legendary. Looks like almost everybody's got a Devil Strand shirt. Sweet. So make pants out of Devil Strand. Do until we've got 16. Count equipped, 51%, normal to legendary. We've got 11 pairs. Teats, let's see. Capes, I want... Do until we have 1. Count equipped. So this should stop tattered apparel from happening as much. Black vests. Architect of Tears needs some new clothes. What else is tattered? Helmets, pants. Not too much, actually. Okay, so a pupper love. First, for a pupper love, I need a pupper. It never works. It used to. It never works anymore. Let's do it. Did you happen to see that treat bounce off Kuma's head? Did you happen to see that? I threw one to him and he caught it. And then I was like, okay, Kuma, I'm gonna throw it again. And it just bounced off his head like, Hi there, Carlos, yes? Hello, happy Friday. And Calva, hello to you. I don't know if I said hi today. Was that yesterday? I don't know. What even is time? Time for you to do stuff on a Friday, George? Have fun. Good luck. Thanks for joining us. Have a great weekend if we don't see you before... Tuesday. Tuesday, because I don't stream over the weekend or on Mondays. I have to take the cat to the annoying place this Monday. The annoying place. That would be the vet. I did today. That was today. Okay. Yeah, I'm with it. I'm gonna see about making some hospital beds. I feel like they should be right in front of my face. There are nature shrines. Donnie's in a work frenzy. There's a vitals monitor behind my head. Like, but where's the hospital bed? Anyways, we should build a tool cabinet and put it in our room. We should probably also give everybody seats. I haven't done that. I haven't given anybody seats to sit on with their bums. Did I ever connect the new geothermal to the power grid? Yeah? Who do you think I am? Somebody who forgets to install their new geothermal to the power grid? Quest expires in 7 hours. Yeah, we're not doing that. Hunter lacks ranged weapon. Architect of Tears. Yeah, I guess we need to set your priorities, huh? Theme deal. No surgery. Nope. Pongal is okay to be a surgeon. Architect of Tears. Handling. Hunting? You are pretty good at hunting. Would we rather have somebody who can help with shooting guns or fighting with arms? Probably fighting. Melee. I don't know, actually. This is not a Neanderthal, this is an Itakin. They are aggressive with strong melee damage, so that might be the better option for them, after all. So in that case, I don't really want you to be a hunter. Although, we could give them a sidearm. Because we're using simple sidearms. On top of that, we could make some better do until we have, let's say, 2 90 or higher. Not equipped. Excellent to legendary bolt action rifles. Itakin! Send you to melee, you will bonk them. Also a night owl, are they? Yay! That's exciting! That's right. That is right, I remember now. I say that's very exciting because Chumlee's gonna have friends. Spare Parts already joined Chumlee on the night shift. The Desperado Lair. Porcupine, the great chief of the Gaga Confederacy, has sent us a message. Apparently, Itakin based in the nearby camp have been raiding their caravans. The camp is controlled by the Ban Biddies clan. They're still trying to ban those biddies. It's guarded by 9 Itakin. There's a sub-proof, sub-persona core. Don't care. Don't care. Vanometric power cell is pretty cool. A masterwork harp. A legendary steel longsword. I don't know. I'm not really that interested. If I was gonna do anything, I'd want to go grab Starbringer. Starbringer, a relic of not a cult of unity. What goes bonk in the night? Vampires? Okay, hospital beds are under furniture, in case you were wondering. They are expensive. Daemon under threat. Let's see. Ariadne Proli, a yeoman of the Great Empire, is fleeing a political situation and wants to hide here for 7 days. We will be raided by the Ketcharun ship. There will be a lot of them. We must keep their mood above 40%. Okay, now, see, now you're talking. A prestige cataphract helmet? Now you're interesting me, and some honor as well. We are gonna need components. Hello, Infinity, how are you? Let me break these down real fast. So, crafting. Make things at a crafting spot, work at refineries, synthesize drugs, make blocks, smelt items, make animal prosthetics. What won't you do? Synthesize drugs? Tailoring. Rico's got the flu again. Make apparel. Smithing. Okay, smithing is what we want people who are good at the crafting to do. We can train the others by allowing them to practice their skills. I don't necessarily care about tailoring so much, except Devil Strand. Like, wasting Devil Strand is kind of a bummer. But the crafting... You can't fail this stuff. Except maybe making animal prosthetics. So yeah, hopefully that will help us make components, because we need a lot of those. We also are going to need steel. We should probably work on this outer wall on this side so I can finish digging the steel out and also building the colony over here. So yeah, this is what I was doing. Get back here. Not assigned to construction. I need somebody assigned to construction. Comfy chair for the fabrication bench. Yeah, we should probably make some chairs for everyone's butts. We've got a lot of blue fur. Where's the work spot? It's on that side? I don't really use this bench very much. I don't know that this is... we even have enough material. We do have enough materials for all this. Do, do, do. Lost in thought. I want to move this wall, but I need a place to put the door. And so where do I want to put the door? If we build this like so... Oops. What if we did that and actually just left the door where it is? It's not so bad, because then we can actually make a bit more room in the hospital. For what? I don't know, but it's there. And so now in this space, which is why I was saying I don't love the doors to these bedrooms being where they are, but in this space now, we can maybe move our table or build a new table altogether. There were some green marble tables in here that we could claim. I guess we want to claim it first. Did I just drop somebody? Reinstall. I can't center it. I can't center it. That upsets me. Put one here. And put the other... there, I guess. Or... yeah, no, let's just move them first. Just move them. Just move them first. Wow, there's so much food in here. What? That is exciting. So how much longer do we need to keep this monument in condition? 3.7 days. Okay, this is for the escalator and Silentre. ID a legend for bids. Well, isn't that a shame? I'm gonna try converting Silentre. Certainty has fallen to 79%. Probably gonna want to set a reminder on that. Conversion in the 15th of April-May. Since it has a 3-day cooldown. I gotta love the reminder mod. So let's see if we can find some components to dig up. My game is certainly getting laggy. It's getting very laggy. And we haven't even built across the entire map yet. I don't see any more components. There's gold. Whoop, just kidding. Mine connected ores. Whoop, and right here too. Mine connected. Apparently I didn't look very hard. There's a bunch. Sweet. I was just about to do something. What was it? Tunnel time! Oh, yes, we need to grab more... We need to grab more marble. That's what it was. More marble for more marble. There's still a bunch around, but... Gotta keep our blocks coming. This is for... my explodey shells. Critical priority. Not for Devil Strand. I don't even think I can run this game at 3x speed right now. Unless we don't move the camera. Poor quality Devil Strand parka. Which I suppose is better than no Devil Strand parka, right? What is Spare Parts wearing? A synthread duster. That's gonna be way better than that, right? A rhino leather cape is pretty sweet too. An alpaca wool parka offers 7.2% armor against sharp damage, no blunt protection, and 22% heat armor. A poor Double Strand parka is just all around better. So yeah, kitty cat, why don't you wear this one? There should be a please wear this button. That, you know, okay, so that's something else I still haven't in all my time with RimWorld is I really could do a better job managing outfits. I really could. So we could say not to allow tainted apparel and anything tattered? So I think this is pretty much your please wear this button. To me though, the whole forced apparel thing is really odd. Isn't that please wear tattered clothes? Is it? I don't think so. Let me double check. Yeah. Yes, it is. Someone actually went and put tattered apparel on. They stripped out of their decent clothing. Oops. You often end up forcing them to wear new clothes and forcing them clearing forced. Yeah, now there's clothes everywhere. Everyone's re-equipping everything. Oops. Spare Parts is just happy to be nude. They're actually not happy to be nude, but they're still just naked. I'm not sure where they dropped off all their clothing. I'm sure they're all find their way back into their proper clothes, right? I'm sure they will. I guess I should actually take the time to maybe make an outfit. Let's see. We'll call it melee? No tainted. 51% or higher. Because I don't know if I can tell them to use a certain type of textile. It doesn't seem like I can. Okay. So, new outfit. Pew pew. 51% or higher. I want to turn off shield belts. Because that gets me in trouble all the time. All the time. Down to kitty cat. Oh, pew pew! Then everybody else is on anything. Let's set them to melee. You know what? I just remembered that you can just click and drag. So anyone who might have had a shield belt equipped, they should drop it. Hi there, Lottie Bear. How's it going? Hello. I don't know, I'm thinking you should probably wear the clothes. Did you put... No, you didn't. Forswear this. Okay. There's some pants hanging out. Like, these Kenna's pants. These are Kenna's pants, yeah. Oh, they're tattered. It's already conversion time. Let's see what 3x will do for you. It's not. Schedule a new reminder. Let's fire on the 1st of August. Convergent. You thought that they auto-equip shield belts unless they have a ranged weapon. I would like to believe that's true. But I have my colonists wearing stupid shield belts all the time. Stupid shield belts. That's a good parka. A good parka. Normal. Take the good one. I want to make sure that my colonists that are actively battling in melee format have the best clothes. Because it will protect them. That's good, but basically tattered. That's normal. And too close to tattered, so we're just gonna swap that out. Rico is naked. Naked and enjoying life. It looks like a kidney pear. Or beans. I know it's the kidney rooms. Factorio meets Rimworld is the possibility. Rimtorio or Factworld. I actually like how Rimtorio sounds. Yeah, so the kind of alarming part of all this is that everybody had clothes and now we just don't have any clothes. On some of these colonists, like why? Why is that? Rimworld was your gateway drug to Factorio. Yes, we know how that went. For you. There's a shield belt here. An excellent shield belt. Which is better than a good shield belt. And a good quality bolt action, which is better than a normal quality bolt action. What's under your feet? Another shield belt. Bag is berserk because trees defiled. Ooh, an excellent shield belt. We're just playing past the shield belts. Good. One was better than the one I just gave you. Or maybe, I don't know. I find this all very confusing. Wait, that was for Kitty. Ah! Okay, they all should have shield belts now. In descending order of quality. So our fighters that are most likely to go into battle. What are you making? Pants? No. Only double strand. The ones that are most likely to go into battle should be the ones with the highest quality gear. Hi, Diesel Lily, how's it going? Rimtorio is so much better. It is. It is. You had Factorio first, tried it, hated it. 1 year later, you tried it again, and that stuff is like crack. No, it really is. Hi, Anthoric. Yeah, that is a flopped pupper. He's a flopped pupper boy. Ever had that thing where you start hallucinating belts that run between paragraphs of text you're reading? No. I can't say that I have. He's a tired pupper. He says, it's the workday, and my humans conversion already. Royal Tribute Collector. Marriage is on the escalator in Silentre. He says, my humans have taught me that during the workday, they're busy. We play after the workday. Certainty down to 67%. So, delete reminder. In this case, I'm gonna make it the 3rd of Juggist. Let's just say the 4th. We still have tattered apparel. At this point, it's just pants. It's just tattered pants, I think. Chumley and the escalator and Meep. A helmet. A helmet! Bag and Captain are breaking out of prison. Okay, the escalator's way too far. Kitty. Stop these vagabonds! Okay, why is Captain so fast? Like, actually, though. Why are you so quick? 3.56 cells per second? Are my colonists just slow? Where'd the other one go? Bag? Okay, don't kill them, though. Ooh, you lost your hand. You see what happened? This is why you don't break out of prison. How are you still fighting? OMG. Hey, I found a bunch of clothes. I found a bunch of clothes in here. There's where all your gear went. I found it. A blue fur sash. You know what? If you want that too, you can have it. So I think we're gonna need some more shelves in here, huh? Build copy. Dun dun dun. I'm cranking this up to having 140 meals on hand. Time to build a bigger freezer. That, or it's time... Build more shelves? That too? I would, rather have pants. Your namesake is old, needs new parts. Yes. Yes, they do. So, in the freezer that we have some other parts. We got some eyes, we got a leg. There should be an arm and a spine. Why is Tiny Bolt... Okay, never mind. We're good. I think I'll give you the spine. You want some spine? Due to being old, but also because you are the best fighter. Okay, wait, Chumley is still walking around naked. Quest expires. Don't care. Not doing it. I'm enjoying the peace today. I might be jinxing myself, but I am enjoying the peace. Randy's been quiet. And that doesn't mean make stuff happen, Randy. Hi there, Mad Boy! Happy Friday! Hello, hello! New spine! Okay. Who needs eyeballs? Eyeballs. Right eyeball required. And we still need kidneys. Luckily, there is a synthetic kidney that shouldn't fail, so that's making up for the kidney that they don't have. Weakened blood filtration. And we've got ourselves a bionic leg. I think somebody's still missing a leg. We have a foot. Oh no, the person who was missing a leg died. Okay, let's give it to Rico. Install a left leg. We're gonna need lots of eyeballs. Oh, is it marriage time again? Marriage time! Tongle's just waiting for the groom, I think. Oh. Tongle and Kitty fell in love in prison, I think. No, it wasn't Tongle and Kitty, it was Tiny Bolt. Tiny Bolt and Kitty Cat fell in love in prison and got married. Which means we get even more happiness. Attending wedding times 2, 35. And then the ones who got married have a plus 60 for attending their own wedding and attending somebody else's wedding. Pretty sweet, right? I know. Happy Friday indeed. Got any weekend plans? Plans for the weekend? Whoa. Suddenly, pants. Inspired surgery. Masterwork. Marble shelf. Ugh, they're just all walking around without pants. What a mistake. I made such a mistake. By setting the build out the way that I did. Not sure, you might go look for a new car tomorrow. The old one is biting the dust. Another car bites the dust? Why are the potatoes rotting? I don't know. There is one tile somewhere with potatoes, I think. I don't know where that is. I have potatoes planted somewhere. I don't know. I don't know where. Ah. Helmets in yard. Better helmet. The No Pants Clan. Hi, Drolly. How you doing? Weekend plans involve a whole lot of nothing. Nothing. So it's just Chumley with bad pants now, and nothing else. You're missing some clothes. Like maybe a shirt. Go wear this one. Nothing is a wise plan indeed. I agree. It sounds good to me. Inspired surgery. I believe the escalator is awaiting surgery. I really need some hyperweave. So, yes, hyperweave, please. So I saw that yesterday. The random potato that keeps rotting. I don't know why. Don't know why that is. Somewhere around here is a stray grow bed. You came up with it in no time. No time at all. How much longer do we have to protect this? It's done. Extravagant building. We can now do stuff with it. Like, put the chairs back. I thought this would be a nice spot for some extra chairs to hang out, right? We can turn it into part of the colony. Oops. I mean, technically it already is part of the colony, but we could turn it even more into part of the colony. Like, this seems like it would be a decent rec room. Or we could make that the temple. This would be an interesting temple, huh? And lights? Lights would be good. Impressive. My plans for the weekend. I was thinking of playing Diablo, but those plans were dashed when Celentre's computer blew up. Because I don't really want to play Diablo without Celentre. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm doing. Just remove the chairs from the monument because it gave the alarm. Yes, that was why I did that. A trade ship is passing. I hope I didn't miss it. Maybe they have hyperweave. Everyone's got heat stroke. They have medicine. They have components. They have a plasma sword. I really don't feel like I need a tox bomb launcher. That just seems like a pain in the butt. And I'll have you know, they do not have any hyperweave. They don't. No hyperweave was had. So, heat stroke. Heat stroke, heat stroke, because all these rooms are extremely hot. What are we gonna do about that? We could build passive coolers. We could also just build air conditioning. Oh. Cancel. 39 Celsius, an average European summer. So hot. I'm sorry, that sounds awful. Depends on how long the heat wave lasts. The ones suffering from heat stroke, yeah, they're in the core of the base. It'll probably help to turn off all the heaters. More like South Europe. Hi, Z Pastry. Hello. Happy Friday to you. Warm indeed. It's great. Awesome. Yeah, I really wanted to play Diablo, like I was saying. But I don't want to play without Salentre because, you know... I don't want to. Would it be better to give you a good bolt-action rifle? If you're a decent shot. 18... damage, 99% accuracy at medium range. $18 damage, 98% accuracy short range. I think, yes, I'm going to give you the bolt action. And you're gonna drop that legendary. I will give Chum-Li the legendary SMG. Phoenix is always hot, but for 18 days straight over 110, you're suffering like Oslo in 2060. Yeah. Yeah, it's hot. Hot, hot, hot. Okay. So we're still playing past the weapons around, but this should be better. In Scandinavia, it's more mild. Today it was 16 Celsius and you were happy. Okay, I have a command for this. Convert 16 C to F. Oh, that sounds nice. A cozy 61 Fahrenheit. Apparently we have enough pants for everybody. Made out of devil strand. But I don't know where they are. Because Chum-Li's pants are tattered. And that shouldn't be the case. These are tattered. Anybody see a pair of pants floating around? I'm so mad at myself for setting that bill. We do only have 16 colonists, so there should be enough pants. Not equipped. Where's the rogue pair? Hi, Squishy Pond. Well, hi again. I realize it's still the same day. My days are blurring together. I apologize. Your average is something like 95 Fahrenheit at the moment. New recruit, Catton. Okay. The game tells me that I have 17 pairs of pants that satisfy this requirement. I don't believe it though, because I can't find them. I can't find the clothes. And also thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Let's try putting apparel on top of the shelves. Let's see if that does it. Is this stockpile critical? It's normal. Hi, Petra Corpse. It's really nice to see you. Hello. You're right. They're probably in someone's pocket. That's happened more than a few times with this group. Hiding guns in their pockets, useful things, bionics, pants. No, I don't think so. I just don't know where the pants are. Scandinavia proper is Denmark, Sweden, and Norway. What is Scandinavia unproper? You were 95 yesterday and were close again today, but sometime in the next week you'll have a 77 day. That's awesome. You should plan to go outside and be adventurous. These are tattered. Blantre has created a masterwork bed. So if you would like to be in the name raffle, enter the name raffle. You can type !join. And that will put you in the naming raffle. You can also enter a custom name after the command, if you would prefer that, because Captain, our newest colonist, needs a name. Captain is 26 years old, a Neanderthal, lazy, jealous, and gay. Incapable of caring and social, but likes melee and animals. And cooking. And is unhappy. And what was your melee skill? 11? That puts you between Tonkel and the escalator. We're gonna be a full melee colony soon. So yeah, you should be in melee clothing. Do, 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 do. Scandinavia comes from the Scandinavian Peninsula. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, there's Iceland and Finland if you want Nordic countries. Estonia is kind of in the doorway. Yeah, for some reason I always thought that Finland was part of Scandinavia and had a moment like, whoa, it's not. How do I get them to put these things on the shelves? Textiles on shelves, uranium on shelves, jade on shelves. Weapons should be on shelves. Not biocoded. Conversion reminder, that was for Solentre. Solentre is sleeping. We really like Finland. It was great living there for half a year. Tiny Bolt is due to give birth in less than 6 days. You can prepare for a baby by building a birth room with a clean floor and a good bed. Getting a skilled doctor ready. In the work tab, assign at least one person to childcare. Have a food source ready for the baby. Tiny Bolt can breastfeed, or you can feed them baby milk or insect jelly, and build a crib. High quality cribs make baby happy. Crib. Okay. Crib. I think we're already good to go with the hospital. We're good on the hospital thing. So, does the hospital count as a birth room? Like, why wouldn't it? Bag is having a crisis of belief. Reason being, trees ravaged. Hey, they finished the tunnel! They're ravaging the trees to make the tunnel, though. Oh no. Do, 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 do. I'll leave the redundant power lines for the time being. I was actually thinking we could leave the tunnel open, maybe. We can stop ravaging trees. But yeah, there we go. Tunnel time! I did it! I finally built a tunnel! I forgot they were doing that actually. I was wondering why nothing was happening in the base. It was indeed a lack. I said ignore the roof. Maybe remove the roof itself. At least until let's try extracting these trees. Finland used to be a part of Sweden for a long time, and there's 5% who speak Swedish as their mother tongue. But whereas the rest of Nordic countries have a similar language, Finnish is completely different. Learning Swedish is mandatory. You were devastated when you learned they aren't learning Finnish in Sweden. The first Finnish person you met was an old lady asking for something. She didn't understand you, as you didn't speak Finnish in English, but understood it when you said it in Swedish. I haven't been to Finland. I did go to Sweden, and that was cool. I have heard that Finland is like an awesome place though. You realize we have the same headphones? The best. You just repaired yours. I love these. I need to repair mine too. I need to repair mine. I broke the plastic on this side. The little metal bit on the inside twisted a little too hard and it cracked the plastic, so I just have black duct tape holding it together. So I grabbed underground power conduits. Which was a part of electricity, but then when I look under power, oh. You just have to select underground power conduit. And you have to replace the previous power conduit. Okay, but there's so much other stuff that they're working on right now, I need to be patient. But yes, conversion. Cylindre's still sleeping. Oh, no doggo. Replacement parts weren't that hard to find. I didn't know that you could replace this bit, but that would be good. Explodey shells. I want you to put it on the other shelf, please. Dun 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 dun. Do 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 do. I don't know where these pants are. It's really only Devil Strand. And we have 18 pairs of pants that are not tattered. And apparently they exist. I think the game is pulling my leg. My pantsless leg, because there's no Devil Strand pants. Oh, hi Rakudo. Yeah, you have to be a subscriber in order to do quotes. A subscribbler. Neanderthals are arriving nearby. They would like to use sappers to tunnel through your defenses. There's a lot of Neanderthals. Subscribbler. All melee. All melee. All melee. Alright, crew. I'm glad that we have the emergency tunnel now. Having tunnel good. Because now they don't get stuck out moving from place to place. So the question is, where are you trying to sap? Where is this group trying to sap? We have a minute before this group gets here. Hi, Elf Twitch. Nice to see you. Do we have anything in the colony that is a custom build? No. I'm just doing all vanilla, biotech vanilla xenotypes. Digging at granite wall. Yes, which spot? Okay, right there. So... Catton doesn't have a weapon. Of course you don't. An excellent bolt action. Also, Catton doesn't have a name. Let's pick a name real quick. Spare pants. We have spare parts and then spare pants. I beg to differ. I haven't seen those pairs of spare pants anywhere. They have a shield belt equipped. Yes, I know. Okay. So those three are gonna go there, and I will send these three to back you up. Because next we need to figure out where Echidna's going, and also this group. Okay. So J-Res, Kitty, J-Res and Kitty. Right here. Oops. Chumley's inside. Of course they're gonna go through my... I just made this! Oh, they're gonna get through the door before we can even get there. It's a close one! They're through! We just need Kitty to hold the door. Who went down? Spare parts just went down. Fire down the line, tiny bolt! Down the line! Sending back up! Yeah, no, the good news is there's a minigun. Yeah. Okay, that group is handled. That group handled. This group, not handled. Tiny Bolt's pregnant, run! No! Tiny Bolt's leg just fell right off. Rupent. You are absolutely not gonna kidnap my colonists. They're so gonna kidnap them. Put them down! Okay, so Kenna, you're a good shot. Oh no. You're gonna get 4 people? 4 people. They're about to steal spare parts. They're about to steal Kenna. No, who is this? J-Res. They're about to steal Tiny Bolt, who's pregnant, mind you. And I'm not even paying attention to this group down here. I assume this is handled. Maybe I'm assuming incorrectly. Go, Rico, go! You're so fast! Donnie died. Spare parts, kidnapped. J-Res kidnapped. Get him. Get him. Not Tiny Bolt. Not Tiny Bolt. Put Tiny Bolt down. Put him down. Why are you still standing? How are you still standing? Is maybe a better question. Only 2 kidnapped colonists, though, ain't bad. But we did lose Donnie. Donnie was struck to death. Stabbed in the liver. Ah! Tiny Bolt rescued. I don't know what I just said to do. That's an impressive constitution. I know, right? Okay, so we lost 2 colonists. Kind of a bummer. Flamethrower gifted you a sub. Yay, Elf Twitch. I hope you enjoy it. Spare Parts is an incredible rimworld colonist name. Well, yeah. About that. I am going to assign Donnie. I'm so sad Donnie Dorito died. You're not going to put Donnie there. Donnie is going to be stored here. Please bury Donnie. And then we gotta fix the doors. I want to see how many you got. How many of what's? The escalator is falling over dead. Ending to Tongle. Is Tongle falling over dead? Just the escalator. So we lost 3 colonists. Donnie died and 2 were kidnapped. Rip Donnie. The other 2 we might be able to save one day. We might see them again. Oh no. The escalator's lost even more parts. Why didn't you all tell me it's been 4 hours? I should definitely take a break. So that would have been fine, I think, if I had paid more attention. Oh, an industrious colonist. The escalator is good to go. Chum Lee, please tend to anybody. I don't care. Go be a doctor. Go be a doctor. Now we have spare pants. So spare parts was kidnapped. Spare pants. Oh, unwaveringly loyal. Lame. Water break. Okay. Did one colonist lose multiple parts in one battle? He didn't pass out. because all the losses of limbs are destroyed with minimal bleeding. The 21 herbal medicine probably came from the raiders. They keep doing that. Like, they show up with tons of stuff. Restocking my meds. The escalator's just hanging out. Extreme blood loss? That can't be good for a baby. Okay, Progenitor is going to feed Tiny Bolt. It's okay. We are gonna need to put some doors back, though. Dun, 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 dun. My tunnel was breached. Neither does malnutrition, but you're no doctor. I think we'll be okay with malnutrition, but having been beat and, like... What happened to Tiny Bolt? Lost an entire leg. Just, their leg fell off. Tasca skewered Tiny Bolt's right tibia and right leg. Just skewered it right off. Extreme blood loss. That cannot be good. Like, no matter who you ask, that can't be good. Grilled Pikachu, hi! Happy Friday! So, you still can't share a bed because Ideologian forbids. Where's Chumley? Can you do a conversion on Salentre, please? Extreme break risk. Certainty has fallen to 59%. Rikudo, I'm still using your mod. I'm still using this. It's very helpful. I love the reminders. Specifically for remembering when the abilities are up. How many hours have I put into rimworld now? Specifically in the entire game, nearly 2060. In this playthrough, we're up to 43 hours? One of the features you had in your roadmap was to hook it into certain events to give out automatic reminders. Oh, that would be sweet. I would love that. I would totally love that. We never got around to it. That is sad. Why are the walls and things forbidden of all things? You haven't played rimworld in quite a while. What have you been playing instead? Also, why did they bring so much jade? I think that's a better question than all the medicine. Why so much jade? So something I definitely could have done to make that go better would have been to initially devise a solution for handling that by splitting the colonists up ahead of time rather than having them all go to the center of the colony like I did. That was kind of silly. I underestimated how long it was going to take to cross from one side to the other. Which is why we should probably pave some of this so we walk faster. Just saying. Shoot. A group of imps from Ketcha Runship have arrived nearby and are attacking immediately. Once again, an all melee raid, and there is hole in wall. 3 holes in wall, actually. But we fixed the other holes in the wall, so there's that. I would like you to equip this instead, and we just gotta get people down here. So they just gotta stand in the doorway. Hopefully we get here first. Kenna's around somewhere. Where's your weapon, Kenna? Where's a weapon, Kenna? Just a weapon, anywhere. Oh no, wait a second. Was one of the people who was kidnapped the one with my EMP launcher? I think so. No, it has it. Whew! That's good news. That's the best news I've heard all day. That's not true. Where's your gun? Not sure, but Kenna's maybe a little bit too beat up anyways. Not to say that everybody else isn't. I feel like they're gonna come through there. Also, yep. Who did I say to stand in that spot? That's Meep. Prisoner. Fire. I would really like it if Tongle and Architect of Tears could reach. Everybody's on fire now. You did that to yourselves. Ugh. Dad, I'll catch up with you in just a moment. I'll spew fire right back at you. Or we won't. These imps get me every time. Alright, they are fleeing. They probably will just go back out the way they came. This is straight up chaos. Chaos, I tell you. You very recently bought a new rig. Sounds nice, yeah. Nice new Ryzen in the 4080. Yeah, that's really awesome. Celentry's computer blew up last night. So now we're in repair Celentry's computer mode. You've been heavily invested into a book series, The Wandering Inn, so fewer games recently in general. That, I think, is not a bad problem to have. The prisoner's slowly escaping. Oh wait, no, I was releasing them, weren't I? Wasn't I? I was releasing them. When you got your 1440 Hz G-Sync 27 monitor back in the day, the first game you played was FTL. Yeah. I love my new monitor. This is a 1440 27-inch. And I love it. It's so nice. Hopefully not literally blew up. Buddy's house had a minor fire due to a faulty and insufficient power supply back in the day. No, so it did. It went spoof. And someone said on Glitter World. The video card, my old video card sparked and it didn't catch fire, but Cilantro was there at the computer when it happened, and I think if like we hadn't been in the room, it probably would have caused a fire, which scares me a lot because what if we had been asleep? Ugh, that would have been awful. Like, that was probably the best case scenario for a video card deciding to explode. It smelled awful. Yeah, it was disgusting. You're so happy with how well your namesake is bonking stuff. Our moods, they were so good, and then we got raided a whole bunch. Colonists lost ×2. My friend Donnie died. Burning electrics. Yeah, so he blew up his computer to get out of streaming It Takes Two. Yeah, I don't think we can play It Takes Two today, like we thought we would, because of the whole exploding computer, and I can't run that many USB devices on my computer. I'm already like maxing out USB devices. So that's a tricky one. We do have fire extinguisher handy, but like not like that. Hi, Gazebo! Your mom's car caught fire in the hospital parking lot. She was not in it, which was very lucky considering everything. That is lucky. Yeah, it's just, if a video card is gonna decide to spark and start burning and everything, like I think the reason why it hadn't caught on fire was because Cilantro was right there and like immediately removed power to the computer. But like if we hadn't been home or if we had been sleeping, oh, that terrifies me. One of my biggest, well, not biggest, but bigger fears is not being home and like the house catching on fire and the pets being stuck and like not being able to get to safety. It scares me all the time. Like whenever Wit is having a tantrum, gonna smash random stuff. Generally, the circuit breaker should kill the power before it happens. It should, but you never know. Yeah, so whenever the two of us leave the house together, I always check all the things. Like, make sure this isn't running and this isn't running. There are no fire hazards immediately apparent. Because it really scares me to think what could happen, like, if we weren't home. I thought I said... Oh, it's linked. That's what happened. Oh. I understand. That's annoying. Items? Yeah? You have no idea why you're getting Barbie as in German. At this point, you're too tired to ask. Me too. You and me both. And, you know, since it's been such a... it's been 4.5 hours and I haven't taken a break. The ad is just about concluded. Why don't we take a break? It'll give us all a chance to heal from the loss of 2 colonists and the death of Donnie, Dorito, Rip Donnie. We also lost Roberto today. We lost Donnie. We lost Jairus. Spare Parts was kidnapped. He's not lost forever. So sad. So we lost 4 colonists today. Still we have 14. So many gone. Yeah. Yes, Roberto, Vandalier, Donnie, Imes, Ben, Alistair, Jairus, Spare Parts. Yeah. Hi, Commander Rod. Hello, hello. How's it going? BFF's 3rd and last child. Did I just call you children? I think quite the opposite, actually. Quite the opposite. I was saying I don't know what a Chum-Li has had a crisis of belief herself. Jenna's in a case. Kenna's in a daze. Chum-Li, the first believer in this ideology, is in a daze. Yes, Cody was talking about name-giving ceremonies for kids, and I was like, I don't know what that is. Because I'm surrounded by so many of them in my life. Yeah, have fun tomorrow, Cody. Enjoy your weekend. It's good to see you again this week. Underground power conduits. From my understanding, they'll just go underground and we won't notice they're there. I hadn't heard of it before. So I also would agree with you that it's not common. I guess it's fair. You don't have baby showers. Yeah, I guess it's fair then. Your ex used to wear a rooster teeth shirt saying I hate babies whenever she was going to be around them. Aww. That's not how you help, like, grow a child's confidence. So there was... Oh, hey, a new recruit! Yay! We just lost a bunch of colonists, so, you know, I'm happy to have you, Bag. If you want to be in the colony, you can enter the name raffle for a chance to have your name drawn. There's exclamation join. Do you think Sledger could give you advice for a security breach on your laptop? You can ask. He has the day off today. And his computer blew up, so... so he's not doing too much. Babies can't read shirts usually. Spare pants is catatonic. We were so happy until we weren't. A bunch of mood debuffs just expired, like, as I looked at this list. Power conduits are almost never underground IRL. They're suspended high above the ground because otherwise you leak power into the ground wirelessly. Yeah, we're doing underground power conduits because I'm tired of them catching fire. The amount of times I've had to repair all these power conduits is absurdly annoying. To put it simply. Oh, I just had an idea. to train my colonists who are assigned to building but aren't that good. I'm gonna have them smooth stuff because no one's smoothing the things that I want them to smooth. Oh, and we could also have them deconstruct structures. Uninstall structures. No, you're not gonna do that. Destroy a geothermal generator, Architect of Tears. Ugh, you just might because nobody can get to you in time. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. Your weapon is so effective. Okay. Geothermal generator lives to see another day. Power conduits do best in walls. Yeah, but what if you don't have walls just out in the middle of the colony, you know? What if you don't have one of those? I think Randy's just being mean now. We had all kinds of nice, chill morning time for Rimworld, and now Randy's like, that was just the calm before the storm. You wanted lots of raids and gutworms and kidnappings and death, right? Of course you did. And the flu. Buffalo 1 has the flu. And notice how nothing is being deconstructed? Like, these have been marked for deconstruction almost the entire stream, I think. These power lines have been marked for a minute. And here they still stand. You hate FedEx, they delay and lose stuff more than any shipping should. I'm sorry, that's frustrating. That is really frustrating. I suppose we could put a big shelf in here. Big shelf. Big shelf. I kind of do like the small ones in the corner, though. I don't know why. It makes me happy. I hope you get the answers you need, Infinity. Bag and Architect of Tears are so upset. So totally upset. My hope is that it passes soon. Okay. Okie dokie. What next? Name bag. Cookie. Sentient Cookie. That's a fun name. We haven't had a cookie in the colony. A shooting of 6. Shooting skill of 6. So I need to give you something. I had an excellent bolt action rifle. I have no idea where it is. I I have no idea where it is, and Kenna still remembers having it and hasn't re-equipped it, so does that mean it's gone? I think things are just falling through the floor. Like I'm starting to think that Randy's gaslighting me. I'm starting to think this. Okay, who's got the... Oh, no, okay, I'm so glad that the legendary heavy SMG and the masterwork bolt action didn't get stolen. I will give Salentre a master murderous rage. Architect of Tears had decided that now is a good time to kill Salentre. Oh, you might succeed. Stop! Oh my gosh. Whew, the AC just kicked on and it's hot. It's hot. It is not cold. Guess you goes bonk in the night. The answer is clearly Architect of Tears. I think you're pulling that off. You're living up to your namesake. Is the AC broken? I really hope not. It has been too hot for the AC to just decide to die. Cookie's having a tantrum, going to destroy random stuff. Okay, that's fine, I guess. Hey. Deconstructing things, are ya? You thought it had vanished, but now you remembered it? Oh, what had vanished? Those shells in the main... Oh, so, yeah... I know. We're having a couple issues with, with work being completed around these parts. I don't know if I knew, but at some point you were super annoyed when they take prisoner and colonists to bed while drafted. They just stand there until you remember to undraft. So you made a mod, undraft after tucking. Which is exactly what we think it does. That's... So, you want to know where the bolt action rifle is? In Kenna's pocket, rather than in Kenna's hand. I have to click it. I gotta click it to equip it. Ransom demand. Okay, we've been contacted via radio. They're holding spare parts for ransom. They're willing to release him back in exchange for 907 silver. I don't think I've ever seen a ransom demand before. Is this new? I will accept, because give Colonists back. Keep him? No, spare parts is really nice. Super nice. This was actually a man in black that we got. This is the second man in black who's shown up, like, randomly. We don't really need them both times that it's happened, but they were a really nice colonist. They're good at medical, they're good at social, they're really decent with shooting. So it's sweet. Ransoms have been there for a long time. How have I never had it happen before? I find that kind of wild. You have returned and pleased with chat's behavior. I actually was wondering where you went, JSOG. Your absence was noted. That sounds ominous. I didn't mean it in like a you're in trouble kind of way. I more meant that you are an active chatter, and I know when you're not here. Boop. You were hit with several distractions. Were some of those Diablo? Ransoms have pretty much Been there since kidnapping was a thing. I don't know how I never noticed it before. Boop. Hey, hopefully someone starts cleaning. That would be nice, because it's a downright mess. Hi there, Pseudoswede. Boop. Right back. Right back at you. How you doing? You were watching two streams at once, and then your boss wanted to give you some work, and then you had to walk your mentee through something complicated. Silly, silly, silly people. It's one of those things. Similarly, it took you approximately 1,500 hours before you ever got your first anti-grain warhead. I don't know, I feel like ransoms should have been noticeable and prominent. Like how did I not experience that before? Architect of Tears is now deciding to slaughter everything, which is much more preferable than murdering Silentre. Slaughtering Bison 1, but I love Bison number 1. I'm just gonna let it happen though, because you're in such a bad mood. As long as you don't kill Peg. Peg is my favorite. You can't kill Peg. I'll put you back in jail if you try to kill Peg. Really living up to your name. Really, really, really living up to your name. I have a favorite? Yeah, Peg! Bison. Slaughtering Bison 5. Okay, hauling. I thought you were going for Peg. Architect of Tears is no longer slaughtering random animals. Well, I didn't like having pet bison anyway. I should really keep you sedated or drugged. It's because we had the double raid, and everyone's in a bad mood. I just need to expand this zone, I guess. I got rid of all my shelves in here because we didn't need them, and now we need them again. Should we build more shelves? Why so angry? That is because trees ravaged, serious pain was imprisoned, we lost some colonists, we're missing not an emblem, colonist prisoner escaped. It was because I was releasing somebody and then I let them wander off the map on their own. Outdoors. Just use my shelves to store excess shelves. That'll do it. Those pants have got to be in somebody's pocket. Like, this makes no sense to me. In fact, like, not everyone is even wearing devil strand pants. There's got to be something wrong with the bill. What am I missing? Only devil strand. Oh. Only allowed ingredients. That's it. Jinx! Count equipped is on. Yeah, it was the only count allowed materials, which seems really obvious if you ask me. Like, if I make a bill that says, "Hey, I want you to make parkas," and those parkas need to be higher quality than normal, at least, and they need to not be tattered, and you can only make them out of devil strand, and it doesn't matter if they're equipped or in a stockpile. Why do I then have to say, but just so you know, that it has to be Devil Shand only. Even though in my list over here, I only said to make Devil Shand ones. It's very redundant. Usually I do go for Psychite, and I just haven't done Psychite in this colony. Usually I do. So Spare Parts is back. The only person who's still missing then is JRS. And, I mean, Donnie. While you were gone, JSOG, Donnie Dorito died. And Spare Parts was kidnapped. Spare Pants was added to the colony. And, yeah. JRS was also kidnapped. Tiny Bolt was nearly kidnapped. Very, very nearly kidnapped, but it was alright. It was alright in the end. He went to the Big Dipper in the sky. What? So if you're gonna, like, dip Doritos, what would you dip your Doritos in? Because that's probably... That's exactly where the Big Dipper is going. I don't know. I've never really been into Doritos, so I don't know the answer. Lemon and dill yogurt. Took a concentrated effort of 4 colonists to stop the last kidnapping. Dude was a juggernaut. I think it was because they were Neanderthals. I can check. Dun, 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 dun. Donnie deaded. Spare Parts kidnapped. JRS kidnapped. Raid. Neanderthals. Yeah, Neanderthals are tanky. They're slow, and tell that to the ones who just kidnapped my colonists. But they are robust. They have reduced pain. And I guess that's it. Aggressive. Robust, reduced pain, and aggressive. Neanderthals and go juice. Muffalo revenge. Manhunter, 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 Manhunter. Something tells me you might want to run for your life. You may just want to run for your life. Hopefully we can get Kenna back inside the base before those Muffalos catch up. They're pretty quick. Kenna's pretty slow. And the granite doors are not going to do us any favors. They open at 45% speed. And there's a rock in the way. There's a herd of Muffalos on the way. Doo, doo. Doo, doo, doo. The only problem with my tunnel is now it's really hard for the enemies to get to us. They have to go all the way around. I guess we could actually do this exact setup over here. My boy, enjoy the sleep. I'm glad you had a good day. Thanks for joining us. Hope to see you on the flip side. Enjoy your weekend. Okay, here they come. Here they come. No, 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 no. Go back. I'm sorry. Nah. That was almost an accident. Where's the rest of the angry muffalos? Where'd they go? They're over here. Bonked. What I was trying to do was, finish them off. We can't kill you. I mean, nope. Especially with that bionic spine. So there's still 2 angry muffalos, but I don't think they'll bother us. Yeah, now we just got a bunch of noms delivered. Simply cannot be vinced. Melee attacking wit. Where's wit? Okay, no, the muffalos are making moves. They're making moves. It's because the door's open. They're making moves. Dude, I don't think muffalos even move. They're extremely angry. That they are. Extremely. Do they move? I don't. They kind of just go. I'm a muffalo. It cost 10 work to bury the power line. The bionic spine keeps you standing even when the old, frail bones and muscles betray you. My muffalo sound is precious. That's the sound they make. Holy crap. Cookie's cleaning. Oh, because of butchering. Yeah, so you're new here. You're new here. I would like you. Oh, yes, to assist with doing these things. Yes. Hauling and cleaning. Jazz Muffalo win. If I had more emote slots. Also, hi Malleus. If I have more emote slots, we're some like large number of sub points away from another emote slot. A pool of water will make a good kill box. I know. I have plans for it. I've got plans. It just so happens that... Man, that sword is wild. This buffalo is determined to end somebody's life. So many people feel in the emote slot struggle. I wish it wasn't a problem. It's just to get another emote, I require 800 sub points, and 800 sub points is a lot of sub points. It's a lot. So what is not an emblem? It's a variant of an ideogram. Oh, no kitty. Okay, time to fight a muffalo. I hope you win. Hi there, Scott Vulcan. How's it going? I don't know. Kitty might be winning. The Takins are also aggressive. They also are robust. So they're tanky too. I just actually want to hold that back. Tongul, your assistance is not required. What happens if they use Warcall on a Manhunter? I don't know. I don't know, actually. It has been a week. It's been a week. This has been an okay week for me compared to last week. Last week was not fun. Yeah, I really need Cookie to clean. More than anything else. Reminder conversion. Cookie cleaner. Yeah. Alright. Let's set another reminder. Conversion! For the... let's see, 13th of August? Yeah, that should work. 3.3 days. Thank goodness it's Friday. Yeah. Agreed. Even though I'm good, I'm not as off kilter as I was last week. Like, I'm still not feeling super great, you know? What happens if we perform a surgery on a pregnant colonist? Tiny Bolt is not moving, is downed because moving is at 0%. Because missing a leg and being pregnant. I don't have a spare leg. You got to send out your first cease and desist letter because someone threatened to use samples of your work to train their AI. So they didn't need to pay you. What? That's terrible. That's so terrible. I guess somebody's being attacked by a squirrel. Or a raccoon. It's downed. We could also take care of this squirrel. I don't know, we've had this squirrel living inside our grow box for as long as the grow box has existed. Like, it really has. It's just been stuck in there. Indoor squirrel. Yeah, look, the underground power conduits. You can't see them. I like that. Living the good life, no need to hunt for nuts. Nope. Nothing to be concerned about. So what is not an emblem? Isn't that like a floor thing? No? In order to identify not an emblem, these room requirements must be met. All floored, 4 columns, no beds, no work facilities. It's an altar alternative. That is annoying. That's annoying, but okay. Rebuffed by Chumley. I found that I really liked the flooring we put in this bedroom. I think that looks pretty cool. I wonder how it would look if we did like every other. We have so much granite though, I think we should use it. So which tile type was it? Was it J diagonal? No, it was which one? Oh, Jade diamond here. Granite. Let's see if we can just convert this room easily. We need to build some columns, but there's no work stuff. Work buildings. And there's no beds, so this should work. It's an alternative. Oh, yeah, that was a missed opportunity on my part. Everyone's in very bad moods. I did not get to take full advantage of the whole wedding moods because of the double raids that came right afterwards. Alright, the escalator is cleaning this up, which is good. So once the corn is harvested, I want to put a wall around this. I want to put a wall around it, and then from there, get an idea for how I want to build on the sides of this hospital. Tiny Bolt is in labor! Rest. Tiny Bolt is about to give birth. She is going to have contractions for a few hours before delivering a baby. The labor may go through several stages of different levels of difficulty and danger. To improve the baby's chances, gather a doctor and others to help with birth. You know what I didn't do was put a crib in the hospital itself. So Tiny Bolt is the doctor. And the other doctor may or may not be having a mental breakdown. So Rico is also a doctor. But you've got cataracts and gut worms. So I guess Spare Parts is also having a mental break. Tongle? It's up to you. How do I do the baby thing? Gather for childbirth. Spectators, everybody. What about the people who are having mental breaks? Will they show up? Expected quality 71%. It has to do with Tongle's medicine skill. I don't know what else to say. All three... Tiny Bolt is the doctor, and then Chum-Lee's on a mental break, and so is Spare Parts. Time to gather for childbirth. It's happening! It's happening, but somebody needs to clean this room. I feel like we are intruding upon a very private moment. There's an 89% chance that this works out. Everybody's showing up though. The whole colony's here for it, except for the two doctors. Just call them medical students. Yeah, it is kind of awkward when your main doctor is having a mental break, your second doctor is the one having the kid, and your third doctor is also on a mental break. Your fourth doctor has cataracts and gut worms. Your fifth doctor is only medical skill 10. Hi there, Kawaku? Hello, hello. You sometimes drop by hospitals to watch births? Really? Not gonna lie, if like somebody random was just watching me give birth to a kid, it would freak me out. Okay, everyone's just like, okay, bye. We're gonna throw this child on the floor. We're just gonna throw them on the floor. So, yeah. Good news. Tiny Bolt gave birth to a healthy baby. The chance of a healthy birth was 89%. We can name the baby. And Tiny Bolt is maybe okay? 10 is a skilled professional. Yeah, I don't know. All you need is hot water at childbirth. Yeah, right? Of course. You wouldn't want the whole colony in there if you were giving birth. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna pull this name from the queue, so... Madara, okay? It really could have been worse. It had some serious cult vibes. Okay. Yeah, they all just jet. Like, okay, baby's out. Bye. This is an excellent steel crib. And we have an excellent steel crib up here, too.
Distracted.
Jazz distracted. Hi, the suited giraffe. Thank you so much for 4 months. Hello, hello. Happy Friday. How are you? I appreciate your support. I have nothing to sell but animals. This animal is sick. I'm going to buy components. Now we're broke. Canonically, this is the Uchiha clan. Put the baby somewhere safe. Maybe not on the floor. Just a thought. An air show this weekend. How be things with me? I'm very tired. And I realize it's because Slentrick hit me up too late. He's all like, you wanna watch Doctor Who? I'm like, okay, just 1 episode. And then we watched 2 episodes. And he tried for a 3rd, and I was like, I'm gonna fall asleep right in the middle of this. Low baby food. The baby food is called Tiny Bolt. Hey, somebody's finally cleaning! One more. Selling the animal you know is sick is actually the least moral option. I didn't sell any of my animals, I just bought components. Somebody is finally cleaning. I think it's an understatement if I said that this was desperately needed. Yeah, I'm pretty tired myself. Although I'm excited for the weekend. I have plans to do a lot of reading. I was expecting to play Diablo. Like, I really was interested in trying out the new season. Apparently, you've lost your weapon. That keeps happening. Is it in your pocket? No, it's actually not. You know what? Take this. But yeah, since Celentry's computer blew up, I don't really want to play without him. What did Meep feed the baby? We fed the baby something. Tiny Bolt is still just like passed out over here. 15%. It blew up. It did a little bit of explodiness. Yeah. And so if I was gonna play the season 1, I would be alone. Well, maybe alone. But it's like, it would feel bad, you know? I don't want to be like, haha, your computer exploded. I'm gonna play games without you. You know, this multiplayer game that we were enjoying together, I'm gonna play it without you. The season that you were looking forward to? Yeah, I'm gonna play that without you. The Sorcerer got a lot of nerf to the point that people are actually telling the devs to try to play it. Random stuff. Okay, smash away. Yeah, the mom can feed the baby without supplies. Hi, Grimhawk. But it wasn't the mom who fed them, it was Meep. And I don't have baby food. So maybe they fed them milk. That would make sense. If you've never played Rimworld, right now you feel like when you watch a paint gallery without a museum guide. Oh, really? Feel free to ask questions. So this is our hospital. I am replacing regular beds with hospital beds. And they're arranged like this because vitals monitors just need to be in range of the head of the bed. Like so, I think. Fairly certain. So that's why all the beds are arranged in that swirl. Yeah, it already looks better in here. Already looks better. Muffalo isn't baby food. No, you have to feed them baby food itself, or breast milk, or insect jelly. You play Dwarf Fortress. It's similar, but it's completely different. Yeah, completely different. Okay, though, like, why are they still putting textiles here? Oh my god. Okay. So, yeah, here we are. Now they should put the high explosive shells over there. I moved this shelf out of this room, and then it was still linked with these. They put things outside, and then I unlinked it, and then I relinked it, and this shelf has been driving me crazy. Everything is baby food if you grind it fine enough. I don't know how true that is. But I also have to admit I haven't had a baby before, so what do I know? Dun, 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 dun. Rimworld was an attempt at making another game like Dwarf Fortress. I do know that. But having played both Rimworld and Dwarf Fortress, I don't think they're really anything alike. Besides Colony Simulator. And I guess also, like, you manage moods and everything, but it... I don't know, Rimworld just feels a lot more granular. Dwarf Fortress is, like, much more big picture. Do not feed your baby ground steel. No, please don't do that. Please don't do that. So where did the high explosive shells go? That is not how you spell high. Okay, so something else we want to do real quick is hold fire on both of these and then man them. So what they'll do is load it. It takes... Oh, no, the first time you load it, it's instant. They instantly load, but then it takes 30 seconds every time you fire. So it's good practice. to load them back up. And as long as you select hold fire, which is down here behind me, they will not rocket off high explosive shells. DF equals managed colony. Rimworld equals managed group of people. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is not just colony, it's like manage fort. Ugh, stretch. I'm so achy today. Where did the high explosive shelves go? Corpse obsession. Hi, Stephanated. Hello. Thanks very much for the raid. How's it going? How's Terraria? I appreciate you coming over to say hello. I appreciate it. Welcome in, everybody. I am Jess. We're playing some RimWorld and it's being very interesting. Hulu Man, hi. How's the war crime sim? We're not really doing much war crime simulating at all. Not really much at all. Trying not to, anyways. How's the stream going? It's going okay. I am a little bit tired, and by a little bit tired, I mean a lot of bit tired. Yeah, apart from that, it's going just fine. How was your stream? I really appreciate you coming over to say hi. Got a couple more bosses down in the Calamity and Spirit mod. We've been learning a lot about the game as well. I don't really know that much about Terraria at all, to be quite honest. Oni's peak micromanagement. Yeah, so that is a game I want to get behind and I want to play more of. It's just a lot of game. I'm so intimidated by it. You're really tired, but you had a great day with less mental health issues. That's great, Sepanated. I'm really happy to hear that. I'm really happy to hear that. I can say the same. Last week was really rough. And I'm almost convinced at this point that it was indeed antidepressant discontinuation syndrome. Because last week was just rough, like in so many ways, and like my mental health was all over the place, and it was just no fun. But this week I feel much better. Like I'm still tired, but my mood has like snapped back, you know? So yeah, I think it was just because I stopped taking my one antidepressant, which can really mess you up. Holy moly. It's not any more difficult than this. I think it depends. It's a completely different game. Hey, speaking of Anti-Grim Warhead. No, I'm not taking your toxic waste facts. It's very sciencey, and for somebody who doesn't really have the focus or the know-how to dedicate the time to learn, oxygen not included, like it's really a lot. And it's also just a completely different game. Like the core gameplay loop and gameplay mechanics are fundamentally different. You went cold turkey on an antidepressant last year and you were messed up for at least a month. Antidepressant withdrawal is the worst. I was reading about how so antidepressant discontinuation syndrome used to be called antidepressant withdrawal syndrome. If I remember correctly, it was rebranded discontinuation syndrome because withdrawal syndrome gave people the impression that, like, you got addicted to it. Which is not necessarily untrue, but it's more like a physiological thing rather than like a mental addiction. So yeah, it became discontinuation syndrome. But this time, so I want to say like a year ago, maybe a little more, I was having a lot of issues getting my prescriptions filled. And so I went cold turkey on, I think, 2 antidepressants, and I was just wrecked. I couldn't stream at all. I was just so done. And so this time I was like, I'm not gonna have that happen. I'm gonna wean myself off of it. And it helped. ... It was still really bad though. Is there a way to deal with waste packs? I know that you can freeze them. You can dump them in other locations, but I don't actually know how you get rid of them for good. I think there is like some sort of building or mechanoid thing that you can build that digests it or something, but I'm not sure. You're on the highest dose of Zoloft, and when you quit, you didn't notice. Yeah, everyone's really different when it comes to them. So, like, my doctor took me off of it. It was Prozac, and my doctor took me off of it, and was like, "You'll be fine. You should be perfectly fine." And I was just like, "Okay, I'm gonna choose to believe you." And yeah, I was not. But Prozac is one of the ones that is supposedly supposed to not cause as many issues because it has a really long half-life. It takes, what, like 15-20 days for it to reach, or for its half-life to occur. So theoretically, you're supposed to have like a level of the medication in your body long enough that like your body should get over it. I noticed within days though. I think it was about 3 days later, and I felt awful. Like I had the flu. My brain was like fried. I couldn't think. Like it's so hard to explain. It was like the worst brain fog ever. And whenever I tried to eat or like drink something or have a conversation, I just wanted to throw up. And it lasted for 3 days. And then last Friday, I attempted a stream and it was okay. You're gonna take a shower and then off to lurking. Thank you so much for the race, Hefnated. Enjoy your weekend. I hope that you have a good one. Run away from the responsibility check. Running away from it helps in the short term. But in the long term, it's not so good. Speaking as a fellow procrastinator and responsibility avoider. It's one of the easier ones to come off of, but cold turkey still isn't good. I didn't even go cold turkey. I went down to the lowest dosage, and then I took it every other day for like a week, and then I stopped. And it wrecked me. And so I don't know. I don't know what else to say about that. Yeah, so I mean, it depends on the medication. It depends on the person. So many different factors, right? Oh, Draka, that's awful. How long does the penalty last? It lasts a while. I think it's like a full quadrum, which is why I've been trying really hard not to mess with the trees. You weren't on it that long and not at a high dose when you cold turkeyed off it a few years ago due to insurance issues. You stayed off because you realized it had eaten all the positive high end of your emotions. So to get rid of the worst. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I guess I could say I was experiencing. Like, Prozac has a lot of long-term symptoms or side effects, I guess. A lot of long-term side effects that over time kind of snowball to affect your quality of life. And that's what I was experiencing. Look, there's still high explosive shells. I keep saying high explosive shelves. Okay. Please don't store these here. Okay, thanks, bye. Mutopian, have a good one. Enjoy your weekend. And you too, Architect of Tears. Both of you, sleep well. Sleep well, be well, enjoy your days. Is my own colony that cares about the trees or a general game mechanic? That is due to my ideology, which is a mechanic introduced by the second DLC for Rimworld that allows you to basically form loosely a religion. And so it lends to a lot of role-playing capabilities. So rather than having to mod stuff or just impart your own restrictions while playing, like, you can sort of tweak the game rules. So my ideology, we really like trees. It's essential to live surrounded by beautiful trees. And charity is important. Those are the two things we started with. I recently picked up Tunneler, which has been more trouble than it's worth, I think, because everyone dislikes being outside. And so I think it would actually make sense to roof this off. But so they don't like to be outside, but they also like trees, so it's a catch-22. I don't think we can even reform the ideology right now. Yeah, no, we don't have enough development points. I didn't realize when we took Tunneler that it was going to cause an issue with being outside. Because here it says required precepts, fungus preferred, insect meat loved, small spaces don't care, mining yield high. New buildings, fungal gravel. Agreeing traits is undergrounder. But everyone is getting upset about being outside. Although maybe that is just our undergrounders that are getting upset, now that I think about it. Like Architect of Tears. Just outdoors. The plague. The plague hath stricken. Stricken. Okay, we're gonna set them to higher medicine levels so that way they don't die to the plague. Greenhouse it is. Who is helping with plants? Cookie, Chumley, spare parts. Perfect. Harvest me some corn. Also extract this tree. I'm not sure why tree extraction takes such a long time to get around to. Replant over here. Oh, they did end up... No, they didn't. There's still a handful of trees over here that are not dug up. Yeah, so as far as indoor gardens, that's actually annoyingly not really something that you can do in rimworld. You can, kind of. Fungal gravel allows you to build... I don't know if it's how fertile it is, but it does let you build some sort of growing area inside. Fungal gravel. Yeah, I'm not sure what the fertility is. 70%? So it's not the best. You can have indoor hydroponics. This is the closest thing that I have to a greenhouse in vanilla rimworld. So you can install mods that let you build glass roofs and things. But in this case, I have to run sun lamps, which are extremely power hungry, but they're effective. So you have to keep it roofed, like with a proper roof, which is what that green stands for. You gotta keep it temperature controlled, and you gotta keep it lit during the day. How come I cannot reconnect these? They just don't reach. Aww. Aww. They just don't reach. I could put a light here. Need a wire stretcher. I believe that is called an extension cord. I did complete the thing on time, yes. Yeah, I'm in the process of trying to turn it into part of the colony. You know what I didn't do, though, is measure this to make sure it was centered. I kind of just eyeballed it. It is definitely not. 5 and 4. So there was no centering it anyways. Welcome back. How's your day going? A stash of treasures. I'm good. It's getting crazy in here. I might suspend the simple meals. Although it seems like that is what we are opting for. Yeah, they cleaned up. They cleaned up. So the emblem... I see. So I want to get rid of the Grand Altar. A large image drawn on the ground and reinforced with metal edges is used as a focus for rituals. As is this? Yeah, everybody's upset because they also want me to build this thing. Not an emblem. Jealous of Selentre's bedroom. Selentre and the escalator can finally sleep together because I guess they got married. Did they just get married? Like right now? Are we attending a marriage ceremony and I missed... I didn't get the invitation? Yes? They literally just got married. Well, that's nice. So who's jealous? That would be Spare Pants. I'm not sure where Spare Pants is living. Why don't you go live in this one? It's a nicer room. Missed your own husband's wedding. I know. Well, I was there for the first one. I was there for the first one. Realizing how many of your facial tics weren't just OCD stuff. Or because your face is all janky. surgery to remove teeth is so... It's very detrimental. Like, I'm still having some side effects from the wisdom teeth removal. And when I went to the dentist on Monday? I went to the dentist on Monday. And I was like, yeah, I'm still experiencing the issues with, you know, my teeth in my mouth. And they're like, oh yeah, it's super common, you know, super duper common. More often than not, you experience issues with blah 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 blah. The Lentre is pregnant on your wedding night. We're gonna have so many children in this colony. Oh my gosh. I guess let's get a couple cribs in here. You had a whole set of front incisors and canines extra on the top. Yeah. Not... Okay, you're the one. I'm gonna get very confused by spare parts and spare pants. Get out the stadium seating. So, basically, keeping your mouth propped open like that can cause a lot of issues with your mandible and, like, the tendons and things and the muscles in there. In some cases, it can cause, like, cracks and, well, fractures. Fractures and cracks are kind of the same thing. But I didn't experience anything like that, but I already have, like, a popping jaw on this side. Like I always have, and gonna destroy a shield belt. Go for it. Danger pods. I'm good. Yours does that too? Who knows? Maybe it's from the old surgery, but so basically it just exacerbated that. And the dentist is like, happens. We'll check back in a few months. See how you're doing. We're gonna extract some oak trees. If you flex the muscle just right, I've been struggling to brush my teeth because my mouth gets tired and my jaw starts to forcibly close. Which is apparently a thing. It's normal. In air quotes. Lido, hello, I hope you're well. It's nice to see you. I'm just planting trees around so they stop complaining about how there's no trees. Don't complain to me. There's one tile that can accommodate a tree right there. They make it look so easy, you know? Digging up a tree is not nearly this easy. Blocked by a roof. I see. So one day somebody should replant these. Maybe. Someday maybe. I'm just trying to throw them out in the yard so they'll go out in the yard and see trees and be happy and stop complaining. Stop complaining about trees to me. Have I seen the cone scoop thing that they use to transplant trees? I have not seen the cone scoop thing. Stutter, stutter, stutter. Alright. Inspired surgery. Make pants, make parkas. We're up to 16 colonists again. So yeah, we're gonna want 16 pairs of pants, 16 parkas, 16 shirts. But don't forget, we have 2 kids. Do I have to make baby clothes? Or do they're just wrapped up? So we're gonna need kids' clothes. Kid pants. Do until we have 2 that are 51% or higher, normal to legendary. And we also need a kid parka. Kid parka. Double strand only. Do until we have 2 count equipped, not tattered, normal or higher, only allowed ingredients. Hi, Daft Panzer! Nice to see you! A tree spade! Wow! Wait, does it just like go into the ground and scoop it up? That's kind of wild. Speaking of inspired surgery, there should be some bionics in here? Maybe? We are probably going to want to actually keep them in here. Do you see a shelf? There it is. Boop. I mean, I would believe that, Mr. Puppy, because faces are not symmetrical. Yes, this is a lot of work, actually. This ideogram. Oh, okay. Oh, no, we have tons of steel. We have plenty of steel. You know what we don't have is money. We don't have any money. There was silver somewhere, I thought, maybe. Or was that gold? We got steel over here. We got steel over there. Some steel here, and some steel there. And here as well. And there. Mine connected ores. 220 additional ores designated for mining. Okay, so since they finished the tunnel, I think I'll put the roof on it. I'm really excited about the tunnel. Also, floor it to help with walk speed. Paved tile is cheap, but neutral in terms of look. Is there a steel floor that we can do that is cheap, but attractive? Broken asphalt is -1 beauty. Asphalt itself is neutral. Concrete is ugly, right? Yeah, -1. Oops. Yeah, paved was neutral. Packed dirt. Packed dirt is dirty. Who would have thought? I guess we're going paved tile. For the time being, that will help. They'll just move a little bit quicker. Guess I put concrete down here. Oh, you know what else we gotta do? We need to expand the home area. No, we don't. We're good. What we do need to do is expand the cleaning zone because the colony has grown. Quite a bit. Just throw a fancy tile everywhere. Every now and then. Yeah, every couple squares. Be good. We are finally getting this place together. Okay. What's this? A mace? Amazing. Take this one. Best way to do in your corridors and around bedrooms helps give them a little bit of mood boost before they sleep and their needs freeze up. Yeah, I think it'll be okay just to lay this down. But yeah, we could do it like a pretty tile down the middle. Paving stones and concrete are considered ugly. I disagree. I mean, concrete, yes, but paving stones I think are nice. I like a good natural look, like broken asphalt to me. Well, okay, broken asphalt's not that nice. But like jade flagstones is not a good comparison. Let's try granite. They're neutral. So I think for a fancy floor, the granite diamond. Oh no, the diamond floor is 2 beauty. Which means this is now a very beautiful room, and they have their emblem. It's disrespected. Why? Oh, I didn't build columns. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm so sorry to have disrespected. The ideogram. How dare I? You found the program in question? Oh, did you figured it out, Infinity? That's great. Paving, so there's paved stones. Where do you see paving tile? I think I said that backwards. Where do you see paving stone? Paved tile is neutral. So yeah, maybe that's what I will do. We could do like every 3? And hope it lines up. It was close. It was close. We could try this. One, two, three, four. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, 4. Four. Yeah, that works. Probably would have been better done with the planning tool, huh? That's 5. No, it's still off. So we can just have it be off in the center there. You think so? That's great. The flagstone... The granite flagstone was neutral. Marble flagstone... also neutral. The jade flagstone was +5. Because it's jade. Because jade. Oops. A combat supplier is passing by. I have a lot to get rid of, so that's fine by me. They've got components, they have medicine. I have a bionic arm. Okay, perfect. Take this crap. Can't afford. Because I probably should sell this revolver. I want to keep the chain shotgun. We could sell our steel helmets, but it's still not going to be enough. We could just not buy all the medicine, but I want it because it's medicine. I could sell the bionic arm. That's all I got for collateral. But arguably, it's worth it for all that medicine. You don't usually get too weird with your building shapes, but you love freaky floors. I understand. Okay, so that would be 4. And 4, and I can't build on top of the bridge, so that works out. That works out. I guess if we want lights in this building, we're gonna have to use standing lamps or run underground power lines, which are an option. Those are totally an option. Underground power conduit. Regular power conduit. I don't think I can just replace the power conduits. These are gonna go through the tree. Are they gonna remove the tree in order to build this? I don't want that. I don't want that. I'm gonna have to go around. That's ridiculous. Okay, I was hoping to get more done. But, I mean, it's not like we didn't get a lot done. A baby was had. We had a baby. So it's not nothing. Let's make another orbital trade beacon and pop it into the hospital. We're gonna need 2. Sorry, don't remove it. I need to build a copy. You've been known to build a pattern with carpet squares. I think if I had more patience, I would do that. If you notice, I still have a mostly unfloored area here. I mean, I guess we could fix that. I have a question. If... I can't tell which floor is which. Who's your parents, this kid? Tiny Bolt and Kitty Cat. Okay, so they're both pigskins. In the case of Celentre and the Escalator, they're both base sliders. Okay. What happens if you get two different xenotypes with a baby? Does it create a mixed genotype? Does it homogenize their traits to some extent? We've been trying to experiment with differently shaped rooms recently. You tend to build a lot like Drongo used to, which is very boxy, very regimented, usually underground with controlled corridors and stuff. Yeah, I have been trying to build exactly not like that. It's not the easiest thing, actually. They only get the base traits unless you have a mod. But do they get the base traits for both? What's wrong with Cookie? Life-threatening psychite dependency. I don't have any drugs. I sold them. I forgot about the life-threatening dependency thing. And this psychite is not nearly close enough to being harvested. There is no trade ship to try and buy drugs from. I guess we gotta hope they hold out. Although it is a medical emergency and life-threatening, so... After 5 days, they'll suffer from psychite deficiency. After 30 days, they'll fall into a coma. After 60 days, they will die. Last ingested psychite 31 days ago. Okay, so we have 29 days to administer some psychite. It picks one of the two. Anything under the Xenogenes line is not inheritable. Okay, well, I think this is an interesting spot to stop because we're about to enter the next step of the colony building, which is going to be reorganizing things because our Fraser no longer works. This is all kind of a blobby mess up there. And I need to expand the walls and do all kinds of stuff.